Good morning, guys. This morning looks like it's going to be boring as fuck. Is today House Financial Services Committee or is it the Senate? Oh, it's Senate. Okay, that's why. I found it. No, it's Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Piece of shit. Alright, so I'm going to pop that out. Let's build that. Actually, right here. Huh? This is totally not going to crash my computer. Right? Mm, mm, mm. I can hear it now. Chair Powell, what are you doing to reduce Latino representation at the Fed? Have you reported Latino members of the Fed to ICE? Jesus fucking Christ. We've been below GN all morning. Vol's picking up a little bit. $10. Ignore me. It's literally on the screen. Do you know if they know what we know that they think we know? Probably. I have way too many puts right now. That's embarrassing. I think I'm just gonna like lean forward and talk really close to the mic all day. How close can I get to this thing? There we go. just deep in your ear holes. You're going to make me compliment your mic technique. Heavy breathing, of course. What the fuck is breath work? I don't want to know. When you do that, all we see is the hat. It makes me think you're shilling harder than normal. You have no idea how hard I'm willing to shill. It's a yoga thing? That sounds like a yoga thing. Okay, that makes sense. How close can I get to this thing is the hottest thing Gherkin has ever said to me. You're listening to WGRK, The Pickle, and I'm your host, Gherkin, bringing you through this financial day. And now the sports report here is Dork. Oh, gross. Sports? Thanks, Dork. Why is that so clumpy? It's bothersome. No, I'm not drinking kombucha. Someone sounds sick again. No, I'm just really tired. Which means I'm going to get sick again. Look how flat the market is, guys. Are you ready for nail-biting $3 price action? I am tired. It's so clumpy is at least the seventh hottest thing Gherkin has said to whoever that was. Yeah, my mom's fine. Some guys like flat markets. That's true. Seems like a great day to fuck off until an hour before close, then leg into a straddle. Thinking I'm being. There's another testimony tomorrow, right? We're really going to have to listen to Republican congresspeople yelling Trump talking points at J-Pow for an hour. Yep. And by an hour, you mean 5 hours? Fortunately, it's the Senate. It's today, so it's usually not as bad. They're less insecure than the congresspeople. And they're already important, so they don't try so hard. Although RFK won't be there to talk about hookers this time. Isn't the Senate the Congress people? Sure. How about House?
Good morning.
Ow.
This
Ow.
committee will come to order. Chair Powell, thank you for being with us today. I appreciate your willingness to have a chat with us about some of the really important issues facing our country. Without question, the Federal Reserve serves a critical role in the function of our government and the global economy. You have the ability to influence markets and directly impact the financial future of hundreds of millions of Americans. That is why the Federal Reserve is supposed to be an independent institution free from politics. But in recent reality, the Fed has been susceptible to political pressure. Take, for example, the Fed's involvement in the Network for Greening the Financial System, a group dedicated to green financing and climate change, which the Fed joined in December 2020 as President Biden was about to assume office. Just last month, the Fed announced that it had pulled out of the organization as President Trump was getting ready to be sworn in. To the American people, this is flip-flopping in the political wind. Too much focus on climate change instead of supervision is consequential. And in March, just 2 years ago, we saw the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. SVB marked the third largest bank failure in U.S. history and the largest since the 2008 financial crisis. And yet not a single federal regulator was held to account. In fact, the FDIC filed a lawsuit against bank executives which accused the SVB of egregious mismanagement, and I agree. How is it that no bank supervisor has faced any consequences? With 30 MRAs and MRIAs that never had timely action at SVB, how can the people who are supposed to be our cops on the beat have not faced any recourse for such egregious failures?
Does he think that the Fed is a criminal criminal enforcement institution?
Over the last 4 years, the Biden administration and Bidenomics have devastated, decimated, and destroyed hardworking families' ability to support themselves. During Joe Biden's time in office, overall prices rose by over 20%. Energy prices, 34%. Transportation costs, 31%. Groceries, 22%. But that's not all. Thanks to Bidenomics, 2/3 of Americans have less than $1,000 in their savings accounts. But there is good news. Things are going to get better. During his first term, President Trump kept his promises to the American people. In the first 3 years of his presidency, President Trump built the most inclusive economy ever. 7 million jobs created, and 2/3 went to women, African Americans, and Hispanics. It's time to once again make America's economy work for the folks working paycheck to paycheck. Joe Biden broke our economy, and Donald Trump will fix it. For too long, bank regulators have followed a black box regulatory framework with little to no recourse. The FDIC, under President Trump's leadership,
I wonder if he knows that Becker is like a hardcore Republican,
which confirmed that Biden's Operation Choke Point 2.0 was real, despite assurances that these unacceptable practices would end following the Democrats' first Operation Choke Point 1.0. We are seeing an unfair playing field that results in disastrous consequences for legal businesses and law-abiding citizens. On one hand, if you were in the private sector and you do your job poorly, you would face consequences, reprimands, suspensions, or even being fired.
How did he get that data? From the Treasury?
The federal government, such as a bank regulator, you will face no consequences for your actions, even if you pressure a bank to cut off services to digital asset firms, political figures, and conservative-aligned businesses and individuals.
It reminds me of the
To
Black
that
Republicans
goes
bit
against the
from Key and
principles
Peele.
of
I am
fairness
ticked,
and market
royally
access.
ticked.
Over the last 2 years, as the ranking member of this committee, I have consistently argued that Basel III endgame proposal will raise costs and limit credit access for hardworking Americans. And while I'm glad this proposal was not finalized, the uncertainty surrounding Basel III forced banks to put capital on the sidelines, limiting access to that capital for local small businesses across our country. Now, as chairman, I plan to work to rectify the issues of the Biden administration. Chairman Powell, I look forward to hearing from you on the Federal Reserve's future and the plans that you have for right-sizing the financial regulatory framework.
Yep, it's all
specifically around
showboating.
Basel III. To create jobs here in America,
Grandstanding
we need to
and
make sure there's
showboating.
capital and liquidity in the market. And we also want all Americans, even those growing up in poverty like I did, to know that they can access the capital necessary to start new businesses,
Hold on,
grow
hold on,
existing
hold on,
businesses,
hold on.
buy a home, and pursue their American dream.
So you're saying
Chairman, I
a
look
kid
forward
in
to
the
your
ghetto
comments
can
and
get a small
testimony.
business
I'll
loan?
simply say that I believe that weaponizing an independent agency like the Fed for liberal positions, from debanking crypto, bank stress test, and the green
This is amazing.
financing scheme is not calling balls and strikes as a fair referee. And I hope that we are getting ready to clean that slate, start afresh, and focus on a healthy economy.
So relatable.
Member
He used to be poor,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
but he's successful
So,
now.
it is
That's
no
important
secret that
because that
you and
means
I
he's
disagree
smart and
on
capable.
the need for strong bank regulation, on monetary policy, and on the Fed's stock trading scandals. We have sharp differences, but I believe you are a principled public servant who
I'm gonna
cares
find out more about this
country.
guy.
We are at an unprecedented moment. Our financial systems are facing huge risks from the economic chaos of President Trump and his co-president, Elon Musk. From on-again, off-again tariffs to on-again, off-again layoffs for tens of thousands of government workers, to on-again, off-again cuts in domestic grain purchases, to on-again, off-again support for medical research. Now, co-president Musk and his OMB director have frozen all work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. There are now 0 cops overseeing the $18 trillion consumer lending market. 0 cops. Investigations into illegal foreclosures and auto repossessions canceled. Exams of giant credit card issuers to weed out unlawful junk fees canceled. Probes of illegal debt collection practices canceled. Rules to save people billions of dollars canceled. If Musk and his OMB director succeed in killing the CFPB, it's like putting a sign on every checking account, every credit card, every mortgage application, and every car loan. Cops have been fired.
No, he was
let
like
the
mentored
scams
by
begin.
Chick-fil-A.
That is not all. Musk and his Doge
Like,
crew
that's not a
are
joke.
also rooting through
That's
the
really what
Treasury's most
happened.
important payment systems, the financial plumbing that ensures that billions
John
of payments go through,
Moniz,
from Social Security
Chick-fil-A
checks
owner.
to grants for community health centers. No one has verified how they got this access or what they are doing with it. No one has checked whether Americans' financial data has been copied or sold for the personal profit of Mr. Musk. Instead, we've had a series of
Apparently,
misleading
the Chick-fil-A
and
owner
conflicting
educated
statements
Scott on
by
principles
Treasury Secretary Bessent.
of individual
After
responsibility,
receiving public
conservative
blowback,
business
it appears
practices,
that
philanthropy,
Secretary
and
Bessent
finance.
is now trying to throw the Federal Reserve under the bus. Secretary
In high
Bessent
school.
claims that Doge can't meddle with the Treasury's payment systems because ultimately the Fed is in control. Now, I'm not sure whether Secretary Bessent doesn't understand how the system works or if he's just trying to shift the blame to you. But I know he is
Oh,
wrong.
Jesus, he
The
got
Fed
diddled.
simply executes the transactions that Treasury instructs.
That's not funny.
If Elon and his hackers, for example, initiate instructions to choke off
You know
payments to
what
their
they call
enemies,
that where I come
or
from?
if they
Grooming.
issue instructions to shut down payment for teachers' aides for kids with special needs, the Fed may have no way of knowing that the instructions were manipulated, and the Fed may have no legal method to override them. Chair Powell, the next 18 months may define your legacy and the country's trust in the Fed as an institution. I expect that you will work
Never
with
forget,
Democrats
Warren
and
identifies as
Republicans
Native
in
American.
Congress if Doge's
So does
next
Dork.
move is to try to commandeer the Fed's payment system. I also
I'm not saying
expect
they're
that you will
related.
not join the conspiracy to shutter the CFPB. Unlike the Treasury payment instructions, you can see if the CFPB's funding requests
Nice,
have
Sinbad.
been manipulated. I understand that some extremists have a different
Only when I'm trying to get
about
free
what the
dental
law
care,
ought
we're
to
not
be.
the same.
But under the law right now, impoundment is clearly illegal. Do not make the Federal Reserve an accomplice to this illegal act and forever sully the reputation of the Fed. Keep the CFPB funded exactly as the law requires. We are in the middle of a crisis as Elon Musk tries to take over our government. But let's also talk for just a minute about your day-to-day job, meeting the Fed's dual mandate of promoting maximum employment and stable prices. It's now clear that the Fed acted too late and let inflation get too high, and then responded by keeping rates too high for too long. These policies made the big drivers of inflation, like housing costs, even worse. And they put Americans' jobs at risk, making it more difficult for them to afford a home and for small businesses to be able to finance their operations. I urge you to move more rapidly to bring down interest rates, beginning with a meaningful rate cut next month. You have proven you can move quickly when it is politically expedient. After President Trump was elected, within the space of just a few weeks, you scrubbed seemingly all mention of diversity and inclusion from the Fed's website. You withdrew from an international central bank group that shares information on climate-related risks to the financial system. You instituted a hiring freeze that will limit the number of cops on the Wall Street beat, and you announced plans to gut big bank stress tests. I can see the immediate political appeal of your strategy, but ultimately it will fail. You will lose good people.
Oh, did you guys know that? There's no more
Will
bank stress
continue to
tests?
mount, and the increasing vulnerability of big banks.
We're just not going to stress
will
test them
threaten our
anymore
entire economy.
because they can't pass them, so why
Sure,
bother?
Donald Trump may be happier with you right now, but wading deeper into politics to please him over the long run will burn the reputation and the independence of the Fed and put our entire economy at risk.
Can we stop credit checks too then? No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Today we'll hear from Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell.
Banks are
Semi-annual
sounding
policy
resilient.
report to Congress.
I am
Powell, thank you
serious.
for your testimony today, and you are now recognized.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Warren, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
Powell was appointed by
The
Trump.
economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer-run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid
There's actually not a lot of puts being sold at
rose
50.
2.5% in
Few,
2024.
but not a lot.
Bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have declined in the fourth quarter, but was solid for the year overall. Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. In the labor market, conditions remain solid and appear to have stabilized. Payroll job gains averaged 189,000 per month over the past 4 months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has been steady now since the middle of last year, and at 4% in January remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups.
You can't fire him. He's the
Inflation
Fed
has eased
president.
significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-term goal. PCE prices rose 2.6%
I'm already out of
over the
oil.
12 months ending in December, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range
You can have
of
him removed
surveys,
by
households,
Congress,
businesses,
but
and
it's like a big
forecasters,
bitch.
as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. Since last September, the FOMC lowered the policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak, after having maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% for 14 months. That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the cooling in the labor market. Meanwhile, we've continued to reduce our securities holdings. With our policy stance now significantly
He
less
answers to a
restrictive
higher power
restrictive
than
it
the
had
federal
been,
government.
and the economy remaining strong,
Thanks.
we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. We know that
Why
reducing
would we
policy
crash
restraint
today? We're
too
gonna.
fast or too much
This is going to
can
be
hinder
the
progress
flattest
on
trading
inflation.
day you can
At the same
imagine.
time, reducing
Until
policy
Jay Powell's
restraint
done
too
speaking.
slowly or too little could
Well,
unduly
until the
weaken
Senate's
economic
done
activity
speaking
and
at Jay
employment.
Powell, I should
In
say.
considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the FOMC will assess incoming data,
Almost
the
as
evolving
flat as
outlook,
Ukraine.
and the balance of
Not
risks.
quite as flat.
As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer.
If he says anything surprising,
If
the
labor
market will
market were to
move. But
weaken
otherwise, no.
unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated,
That's why these are
we
so
can use policy
important, because if someone trips him
We are
up and he
attentive to the
says
risks
something
on
off
both sides of
narrative,
our
the
dual
market
mandate,
freaks
and
out.
policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties.
But
that we
Jay
face.
Powell's a master
This year, we are conducting the second periodic review of our
at
monetary
saying
policy strategy,
absolutely
tools, and
nothing.
communications, the framework used to pursue our congressionally mandated assigned goals of maximum employment and stable prices. The focus of this review is on the FOMC's
No, he's
statement
talking
of
about the
longer-run goals
surveys
and monetary
before the
policy
last
strategy,
week's Michigan
which
survey,
articulates
which
the committee's
were
approach to monetary policy,
well
and on the
anchored.
committee's policy communication tools. The committee's 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. Our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May.
If we get human-to-human
Take on
transmission
board,
of bird flu,
we will
T-Doc
take
will
on board
rip.
lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable.
We're
We intend to
not.
wrap
We're
up the
off the
review
good
by
ship
late summer.
transitory.
Let me conclude by emphasizing that at the Fed, we'll do everything we can to achieve our dual mandate goals that Congress has set for monetary policy. We remain committed to supporting
Where's the
maximum employment,
meatball?
bringing inflation
On the
sustainably
intraday?
to our
Like at
2%
zero?
goal, and keeping
Look at
longer-term
this shit.
inflation expectations well anchored. Our success
We're literally
in
just trading
delivering on these
between
goals
zero-
matters to all Americans.
zero
We understand that our
DTE,
actions affect
Gamma
communities,
flip,
families,
and
businesses
monthly
across the
gamma
country.
neutral.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you.
Currently,
I look
that's
forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Certainly, your words and your actions have a global impact. You have the
$8
opportunity
range.
and responsibility of leading this
Very
country in the right
exciting.
direction economically, and I thank you.
I guess
for your
it's
commitment to
slightly
having a
bearish.
conversation with
Technically,
all of
we
us about
could
how you
trade
did that well. You
between
and I had a conversation
40
yesterday.
and
Some of it
60
was frustrating, some of it was illuminating.
based on the
But in the
positioning,
end, my goal is
but
to
we
make sure that
probably
the American
won't,
people,
because volume will just
specifically
stay
those
really
working
low,
paycheck to paycheck,
and
have
everything
more
will get
opportunities to
reversed.
succeed, not fewer. You have said that the Fed is not against innovation, and banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they understand and can manage the risks. Yet you have admitted that the threshold has been a little higher for banks engaging in crypto activities. Last week, I held a hearing on
Because it's not money, you
and once again heard that
fuckface.
federal banking agencies, in particular the Fed, use reputational risk as a tool to encourage the debanking of certain legal industries and law-abiding citizens for political reasons not tied to safety and soundness. Debanking is
No,
a
you
top
can't
priority for this
deposit your
committee, and
fucking
it certainly
Pepe
is for
coin.
me, and one that I believe is a bipartisan issue. Will you commit to working with
I
this
have to get
committee
my
to
press
end
pass.
debanking, including working with the new Vice Chair of Supervision, once appointed, to revise the Federal Reserve Supervision Manuals to remove reputational risk as a tool to weigh in on political topics?
I'm happy to make that
But
commitment.
we can deposit
Thank you,
Trump
sir.
coin, right?
Accountability is very important. I would like to think accountability is a priority for everyone, especially the Fed, given that failures in Fed supervision can result in the loss of billions of dollars. Yet following the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank, which was in part due to the failures of its regulators to identify egregious mismanagement of interest rate and liquidity risks, we have yet to see any regulators be held accountable. And as you recall, that was a point of my frustration. As a guy who spent a lot of time in the private sector, 15 years running a few businesses, I can tell you that accountability is a necessary part of making the entire organization healthier and perform its job as well as possible. I'm encouraged that the FDIC has begun the process of holding SVB executives accountable. That's good news. But no Fed employee has been fired, put on probation, put on performance improvement plan, all of which would be expected in the private sector, as I just mentioned, for employee failure. Please explain to me why Fed employees are held to a different standard from my perspective than everyone else, and what are you planning to do to take accountability for Fed failures in supervision?
So we've actually done quite a lot in response to the events associated with Silicon Valley Bank. So we've done many, many things. In terms of specific accountability, what we found was this was not a case of malfeasance or nonfeasance so much. It was a case of people were carrying out a specific playbook that failed to cause us to act in time.
What
for
do they
these
talk
things. It
about
wasn't- it
themselves
wasn't
so
actually
much? Because they want to
particularly
make sure
fair
that
to
their
the
name's
employees to say
included in the soundbite.
you violated our practices in some way. That wasn't really what happened. What happened was, I would say, a lot of focus on process and on governance and controls, and not enough focus on basic bread and butter banking, credit risk, liquidity risk, interest rate risk, things like that.
Dirk, are you freaking out
as
about
we
the
discussed
feedback?
yesterday, we took very substantial steps to avoid further spread of those issues, and that was successful. But I
This
understand your point on accountability.
anti-DEI hire.
This is one of the areas where you see the approach to looking at safety and soundness, and with the number of MRAs that went really documented, but no action was taken, that leads me to the conclusion that individual employees, supervisors, should have been held account for that. I'll move on, though. In the past, you've supported tailoring regulations so that we ensure banks of different sizes thrive and to preserve our diverse banking system. Will you commit to working with me as chairman to make sure that financial regulations do not impose more burden than is necessary? And I'll say that this comes after a number of conversations with community banks and regional banks that have continued to stress that the cost of the regulatory framework around them isn't just harsh, it's oppressive. Larger banks suggest that the cost per employee for the regulatory framework is $10,000 per employee. I think we can do better, and would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Right, first of all, I will commit to working with you on that. We do try to avoid excessive burden. I think
No,
it's fair
Bob.
to take a fresh look frankly, on debanking. I think we all see, both in your hearing and in the one on the House side, we hear a lot of people talking about that. And, it's time to take a fresh look, I think. We don't intentionally do these things, but sometimes regulation leads things to happen, and we need to be working on that.
I appreciate that, and I'll turn over to the ranking member. I'll say this, after having a number of conversations with CEOs of banks around the country, one of the things that was made clear to me with specific statement from the CEOs is that the regulatory OCC and other regulatory agencies said specifically to debank certain industries, and that is the point that I'm making, and one that I think we have to solve. If it's legal in America to do business, we should do our part to make sure that they're banked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So over the weekend, Co-President Musk and Acting Director Vogt effectively shut down
Musk.
CFPB. No more cop on the beat looking out for a family of 4 in South Carolina facing an illegal foreclosure. No more cop on the beat looking out for your grandma whose bank account has just been taken over by a scammer. No more cop on the beat looking out for people getting ripped off by giant credit card companies that are charging illegal junk fees. It also means that the CFPB is no longer doing one of its most important jobs, examining big banks to root out
like the
illegal conduct
3900
before it
shit stayed
happens,
in place.
or at least stop it before more people get hurt. Chair Powell, if the CFPB isn't on the
pre-market.
job right now, then who is administering JP Morgan or Wells Fargo's consumer compliance exams to ensure that they are following the law?
Senator,
That's a
I
big
believe
position,
that,
but it's not that
you would know
crazy.
that Dodd-Frank moved all
spreads.
authority for
I don't think it's
examinations
notable in any way.
in the consumer space to the CFPB. We still have some jurisdiction.
We'll talk
Yeah.
about that in a sec. But the answer to my question, please. If the CFPB is not there examining these giant banks to make sure they are following the laws on not cheating consumers, who is doing that job?
I can say no other federal regulator.
No one, in other words. So thanks to Co-President Musk and CFPB Acting Director Vogt, Wall Street banks no longer have to show the bank examiners that they're not illegally opening accounts people didn't ask for, like happened with Wells Fargo, or charging illegal junk fees like the Bank of America did. But CFPB has jurisdiction only on banks that have more than $10 billion in assets. So what's happening in thousands of community banks all around the country, those that have less than $10 billion in assets? So Chair Powell, as you know, the Fed oversees consumer compliance for state member banks that have less than $10 billion in assets. Has the Fed suspended consumer compliance exams for those smaller banks, or is the Fed still on the job to make sure that those smaller banks are following consumer financial laws?
Still on the job, business as usual.
All right. By forcing the CFPB not to do its job, President Trump, Elon Musk, and the author of Project 2025, Russ Vought, are giving Wall Street banks an unlimited get-out-of-jail-free card so they can cheat working families, even while community banks continue to play by the rules. You know, for any Americans who have money deposited at JP Morgan or Wells Fargo or any other of the giant banks, they should now know that there is no one on the job to make sure that those banks are not scamming you. Only the smaller banks now have a cop on the beat to make sure that they aren't cheating consumers. You know, if I have my money in one
she
of those
calling for a
giant
bank
banks, I
run?
might think about going to a smaller bank where the
Holy
protection,
fuck,
at
she's
least
gonna
right
blow up
now,
the
is a whole
G-subs.
lot better. Now, at the same time that the CFPB is under attack, the Fed is buckling to pressure from Wall Street to erase other safeguards for the too-big-to-fail banks. During the first Trump administration, under your leadership, the Fed weakened the big bank stress tests, including by giving the big banks some of the answers to the test.
But seriously, if people pull their money out of G-subs, those banks are fucked.
Right here in this committee that you would not give those banks the whole answer key. I'm going to quote you back. You said Complete knowledge of the models could lead to a model monoculture.
They're gonna throw her ass in
which
jail.
all firms
If
have
there's actually a
similar
bank
internal
run.
stress testing models, which could increase the correlation of risk in the system and miss key idiosyncratic risks faced by the firms. I agreed with you. But several weeks ago, the Fed announced that it has plans to do exactly that, hand all of the answers over to the giant banks. Chair Powell, why is the Fed about to propose a rule that directly contradicts your own testimony and, in your own words, would render the stress tests toothless?
Senator, in essence, because the ground has shifted very substantially in administrative law, and we actually want the stress test to remain resilient to that, and so we're making changes to accomplish that.
Well, the changes are changes you've identified earlier as making those tests toothless. Look, the big banks are going to juice shareholder payouts and leave this economy more vulnerable to a crash. The Fed is knuckling under to bank lobbyists. We know how this ends. People will suffer. Wall Street will get
Nobody's
bailed
watching
out.
this. There will be no
urge you,
runs.
Chair
It's
Powell,
true.
to serve Main Street instead of Wall Street. Don't weaken these rules.
She's not wrong. I
you.
mean, what's she
Senator
wrong
Rounds?
about? I'm willing to
Mr.
have that
Chairman.
discussion.
And Mr. Chairman.
You might not
thank for
like her,
coming
but
before
she's
the committee.
right.
I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. I've got a series of questions, but I would like to give you an opportunity, if you would like. The suggestion that the ranking member has made here is that the big banks can now scam individuals right now. Any change in the laws regarding
J.
how
Powell
they're
can
supposed to
do
be
something
treating
about
the individual
that.
consumers out there?
He's in
or
charge
anything
of
along
bank
that line?
bank regulation.
Law changes? No, I'm not aware of any
Any
law
changes, any rules that they would have to follow?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they still audited, and do they still have the regulators in?
They
watching
can't have
all
that
of their
discussion,
businesses,
Greg.
just
They
as
haven't
did
been
before?
told why by Joe
They'd
Rogan.
have all the
I
regulators
mean,
except for the
it's
CFPB.
her,
If-
most of
if,
her
in fact,
complaints
if
are
in the
valid. She's
hypothetical
wrong on
CFPB
several
weren't
points,
carrying
but I don't think you
Anything else you'd
actually
like to
like.
add
I don't think the
before we move
people complaining about what she's
Thank you.
saying
Thank you, Mr.
actually know
Chairman.
what she's wrong about.
As we continue to prioritize the stability and the resilience of our financial system, the ongoing Basel III rulemaking process has remained front and center in shaping our regulatory framework. Now, I guess I was rather outspoken with my opposition to the original proposal, and further work was stalled at the end of the last year. I guess my question for you today, sir, is could you
Take the
provide
political
an
shit and put it
update on
aside.
the Federal Reserve's progress in finalizing the Basel III
The Fed's
endgame
gutting.
rulemaking
The
process?
Fed is
I'd be
gutting
glad to.
bank stress
So we remain
tests.
committed to completing Basel III Endgame. We think it's good for U.S. banks, it's good for our economy, that there be a global standard beneath which foreign banks can't fall. And that was one of the big ideas behind the whole Basel Committee approach. So where it sits now is we await leadership arriving.
I mean, I
arriving
just wish
at the
somebody
OCC
could
and
have
the
a
FDIC, and that
conversation
seems
and
to be
defend their
happening. And
position.
when that happens, we're going to sit down with them and work our way through to a Basel III Endgame proposal. And I think we can do
That's
this
all.
reasonably quickly, one that is compliant, consistent with the Basel requirements, and also consistent with what other large jurisdictions are doing. I'm optimistic.
How
that
I
we can
frame
do
it,
that
if banks
fairly
could
quickly,
rip
and
you
we're committed
off,
to
do you
doing
think
that.
they would or would not?
We always wanted our banks to be competitive with European banks, and I'm just curious, the original proposal that was in front of you, and I'd like your thoughts on this, it was estimated to increase our bank's capital by 19%, which I think may very well have created a potential disadvantage within the U.S. institutions versus our European counterparts.
I'm not a fan of Warren,
With
but
any
she's
new
not wrong
proposal,
about the banks being given too much rope
What's your
here.
thoughts? Would you make a commitment that this would be a neutral approach with regard to capital?
The main
It's
commitment
interesting
I'll
that
make is-
she-
is we'll work together with
that she
new
called on
leadership
people
at
to
the-
move
at the
to
other
smaller
banking agencies
banks.
to do something, but that's certainly, I've said many times in this committee that I think that the level of capital in the largest banks is about right, and so it'll shake out somewhere in that area, I would
Our
guess. But
expectation would be, and the markets would expect, that it would be neutral with regard to capital.
The person's
in that range,
position
but I
is just
wanna
inherently
defer
wrong
to
because
our
they're
new
on the wrong
colleagues,
side.
and get their views as well. But that's a good starting point.
Isn't instigating a
thank
bank run illegal? She didn't
The Federal
technically
Reserve's
instigate a bank
partnership
run.
with the U.S. Treasury plays a central role in
She
supporting
just
our
said that
nation's
she would
payment
move her money
infrastructure,
out
which
of a large
processes
bank
a vast
into a
range
smaller
of
one.
daily transactions, from federal benefit disbursements to debt obligations. Could you outline the
See,
Federal
it's the
Reserve's
importance is in
role
the
in
minutiae,
supporting and
Pepe.
managing the Treasury's payment systems, including how the Fed works to keep these systems secure, efficient, and capable of handling the government's high volume of daily transactions?
So it's a complicated set of arrangements.
Which will eventually be
I'll
bought
try
by
to
a big
summarize
bank.
quickly.
Not if you move your money
Effectively,
out of the big banks.
Congress authorized spending, and then the agencies carry out those spending orders. And when the way they do that is they send an order to pay a payee, a recipient, to the Treasury Department. Upstream before.
So
it
there's
gets to
one
the
thing that
Fed,
none of the
all
banks
these
can
decisions are
currently
made about, is this
withstand.
an appropriate order? Does
And that's a drawdown on their deposits.
Don't pay list and all those things. Once all of that is set, it comes to the Fed, and by that I mean 4 or so of the reserve banks, and we actually make the payment. We take the money out of the Treasury General account and we make the payment. We make no judgments whatsoever. Those are all made upstream from us, and we are in fact the fiscal agent of the Treasury.
People
Confirm for
can't
me
remove
today,
politics from this. It's
is
unbecoming.
the system safe today?
I believe it is, and I will tell you, we are very strongly committed to the integrity, efficacy, resilience, and all those things of this system. And, people do depend on this in a big way, and we're committed to that.
One last question for you, sir. The failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and the chairman brought this up. I'm just curious.
I keep all my
Recognizing
money
a lot
in
of
my
banks out there
GME
looked at this.
wallet.
It costs the other banks
Simple
in the system a
as.
lot of money to pick up the costs involved in the losses.
When Fedwire down again.
Nobody's been fired, but you did indicate that it was a failure in the playbook. Has the playbook been revised, or can we expect that it will be revised?
In a lot of ways, it's been revised, yes. I can go into some details. I mean, one thing that didn't happen was, for example, the supervisors didn't follow through aggressively enough on things that they'd said. If they'd done that could well have been enough to stop it. But a lot of it was just not focusing enough directly on what was a very large amount of interest rate risk, a large portfolio of long-term securities matched
Regional
up with
banks and small banks are usually
unstable funding
monitored
base.
by
And somehow, people wrote about that.
who the
not
fuck is
Fed,
it?
But others wrote publicly about this, but somehow
the
you don't expect
OCC,
bank runs outside of a
the
crisis in
Office
this
of
country,
the
and that's what that was. It was a bank
Comptroller,
run.
and
bank
also
runs are incredibly
they're under
dangerous.
the
I think
supervision of like
everyone
state
learned a lot from
regulatory
that and
agencies
is determined
as
to do
well.
better.
Thank
Which
you, Mr.
failed
Chairman.
in
I think this is one that
California
I
to
think is
identify the issues with
appropriately pointed out. I think this is
SVB.
an
But,
area where a lot more questions are out there yet, and I think if it's the playbook that was the problem, I think perhaps a discussion about how that playbook has been revised would be appropriate in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto.
Chairman Powell, thank you, and thank you always for the conversations in between these hearings as well. Let me focus on a couple of things of concern, and you touched on a little bit of this, and I think this is important to clarify. There was a change in the law when the CFPB was created. The CFPB examines the banks and enforces the law, whereas the Fed only supervises those banks. Is that correct?
there you go. Hey, look,
Or
someone
would you
understands how enforcement
How would you
works.
determine that relationship?
With the CFPB, so Dodd-Frank took a lot of the consumer compliance jurisdiction away from the other banking agencies and gave it to a newly created agency, the CFPB. We retained a residual amount of that, as we just discussed, which was banks under 10
Wasn't a
billion
guy on the
assets.
board of
But
SVB one of the
CFPB essentially
regulators
took
in
all of that,
California?
when Dodd-Frank came into being.
So as it was
Self-regulatory,
created, when you
poopy.
two were working together, the Federal Reserve collaborated with the Consumer Bureau when supervising those large banks, correct?
Yes, we still retain supervision over all the holding companies and also of Fed member banks.
And let me ask you this then, does the Federal Reserve enforce consumer protection laws now for things like money
Why do I feel like
transmitters?
blame is being pushed around and no
Not
one's taking
for money,
responsibility?
That would be the consumer
For
protection,
Fed
that would be
member banks,
CFPB.
yes.
Is this your
Okay.
first
And
foray
so when we're
into
talking
U.S.
about
governance?
collaborating with the CFPB for financial technology firms, what would the Fed Reserve now do that if the CFPB, if the hypothetical is the
about to run to
CFPB no
80?
longer exists, what would be the Fed's role right now with respect to technology firms?
We don't have jurisdiction over, we have jurisdiction over banks and some
And
financial
that's
market
it.
utilities.
So let me ask you this, because I
Delta's still
know
negative
there's a
here.
number of Nevadans who file consumer reports of concerns about fraud and predators with the CFPB. The Fed Reserve doesn't receive those reports, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And you have no role when it comes to consumer protection like the CFPB does, correct?
Unless you're a Fed member bank that has 10 billion or less in assets, then we have jurisdiction
Right.
on a
So there
consumer.
is a gap. If the hypothetical is true and what we're hearing, that the CFPB is being shut down, there is a gap, what we're hearing in enforcement out there, and particularly when it comes to consumer protection. Is that, would you say that's true?
Yes, for all banks that we don't
Yeah.
supervise.
And I think that's the concern we're all having right now, is this concern of when we're looking to streamline government. And listen, I'll be the first to tell you, there's a lot of bloat. We need to streamline it. We need to address regulations and overreach. But there's a strategic way to do it, and not this burn down the house that is going to harm people across the country, including in my state, those Nevadans that are looking for some sort of enforcement around consumer protection law. So that's what you're hearing from many of us on our side of the aisle here.
Can I just very briefly add that we do have some residual enforcement authorities, but what we don't have is examination authority, and for the banks that the CFPB supervises.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and you know, we talked about this over the phone, and I understand it may be difficult to answer this, but the Federal Reserve Board members have been clear that future interest rate cuts are unlikely to happen despite the strong economy. But there are folks in my home that are in my state that are waiting to buy a home. And we know that's still an issue.
Who cares?
The high prices right now for home affordability, you add the interest rates to it, it is a problem. So do you think it's most likely that interest rates will remain above 6% for this year, or can you even address that?
You know, so overall, the economy
That's the thing that
is
bothers me
strong,
the most. On neither
growing
side of the
2.5%
aisle are they
last
ever
year. The
willing
labor
to
market
admit that
is-
just
is
home
also
prices
very solid.
are too
Unemployment
fucking
4%
high.
of quite a low level. Inflation last year was 2.6% for the year, so we're in a pretty good place with this economy. We want to make more progress on inflation, and we think our policy rate is in a good place, and we don't see any reason to be in a hurry to reduce
Where's
it
that
further.
rent's
As it
too
relates
damn
to
high
housing,
guy? They need to get
there's
him in here.
It's true that mortgage rates have gone or remained high, but that's not so directly related to the Fed's rate. It's really related more to long-term bond rates, particularly.
And you should
Treasury,
tariff
10-year
lumber to
Treasury,
reduce
30-year
that,
Treasury,
right?
for
Just get
example.
rid of
And
Airbnb.
those are high for reasons.
We can add them to the sovereign wealth fund.
To Fed policy. They may remain high. I think, you know, once we lower rates and kind of rates return to a lower level, mortgage rates will come down. I don't know when that'll happen. And even when it does happen, we're still going to have a housing shortage in many places.
Thank you. Chairman Powell, thank you again for being here.
There's no shortage.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here.
Okay, great. Yes, ma'am.
My friend, our ranking member, said that you are knuckling under to the big bank lobbyists. Is that true?
No.
It seems to me that the big picture should not go unnoticed.
Fucking foghorn leghorn.
Do you recall a year or two ago when inflation was raging? I think its peak was about 9%.
I need more like accessories
Many
around my face so I can emotionally
Economists and
remove
other
them.
experts, based in part on history, said that you were
Was it
going to have
1952?
to
No, because if it was, he'd be 47.
high unemployment and put our country into recession in order to get inflation down. Do you recall that?
Very, very well.
Are we in a recession?
We are not.
Would you, as an American, trade places right now with Germany in terms of the economy?
No, I sure wouldn't.
The
about
fuck does that
China?
have to do with anything?
No, wouldn't trade places.
How about France?
No, thanks.
What about healthcare?
Things aren't perfect. Inflation's obviously still sticky, and long rates are too high, which I want to talk about in a second. But the fact is, knock on wood, we have experienced a soft landing, haven't we?
Not for me to say, really. I'll let others
Well,
make
have we
that.
experienced a hard landing?
No, we sure
Are
haven't.
we in a recession?
No, we're not.
I call that a soft landing.
See, you guys thought
And it
Warren
seems
had
to
the
me that
calls.
you and some of the ladies and gentlemen who are your colleagues at the Federal Reserve behind you deserve some credit for that.
Thank you.
I don't know why you don't take the credit. Everybody else in Washington, D.C. does. Again, I'm not saying things are perfect, but
What about Afghanistan, Chairman? Would
I
you
never
trade places
imagined
with them?
that our landing could be this soft, albeit not perfect. And I wanted to thank you and your colleagues for that effort. You sure didn't get any help from Congress and on the and our president on the fiscal side. I don't expect you to comment on that. You and the Federal Reserve can to a large extent control short rates, can't you?
Yes.
Through the
I'll
open
say-
market committee.
I'll say USA is number one.
You can't control long rates, though, can you?
No, we can't.
Why is that?
So a lot of things go into long rates, and one of them is the expected future short rate of Fed policy, but many, many other things go in. Expectations of inflation in the longer run, the sort of risks around the economy and around the budget deficit go into something called the term premium, which is the part we can't explain when we do these decompositions. And so, it's set by supply and demand in the bond market at the long end, and we're not particularly. We have some influence, but mostly not.
Say it.
Many Americans
Say
are
that the
looking
bond
at
market
short
thinks you're
rates
full
and
of
looking at
shit.
the Fed's behavior and how you reduce inflation, but they don't seem they don't see the long rates going down, and obviously that affects mortgage rates. And I would encourage you and your colleagues to spend some time explaining to the American people why that is. Final question. If you went home tonight,
Pay no attention to the bonds
And,
behind the curtain.
Mayor Powell, your spouse, said, I got a call today from our bank, and they're debanking us. They're worried about their reputational risk because they don't like our politics. Would you think that fair?
Can you show me where
No,
in
I
the
sure wouldn't.
Constitution it
And
says
as
you have the
as I
right
mentioned
to
earlier,
a bank?
I too am troubled by the quantity of these reports, and really want to understand better why this is happening. One theory is that banks are just very risk averse around BSA and money laundering, and that's because we're so tough on them, and that they just don't. Any red flag is enough. But it may be that this whole thing with reputation risk needs to be thought about. It's actually coming out of our.
It sounds made up. It is.
That we use.
This is just
We're
like
taking
fucking
the concept out,
hillbillies
the
from
manual that we've been
Arkansas
using
whose
for,
entire
for
assets
account
are
access for
in
master
Pepe
accounts. We're just gonna
coin,
take that out.
and the bank won't let them
But
deposit
I think
it
this
or
needs
open a
fresh look,
checking
and I
account.
think it's time for
Like
that, and we're gonna
$14 and
Well, I've asked
$500
our
in
chairman,
Pepe
and he's
coin.
agreed to invite some of the CEOs of some of the banks that have been debanked.
Or businesses that just directly violate
the
federal
CEOs.
laws.
Not
Yes.
their lawyers, not their PR consultants.
Like I go to
Not
gun
their
shows and make
priests.
illegal parts for
Them. The
AR-15s.
CEOs to come in
And I
let's
need a
talk
loan.
about this and find out what the hell's been going on.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy.
It's a full port, Gorg.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman Powell, welcome. Thank you very much. I think your monetary policy combined with the Biden fiscal policy.
Did you guys
over the
not hear
last
soft
4 years has
landing?
made a tremendous
40
difference.
times?
We've avoided a recession. And I'd like to remind people how far we've come. In 2020, the gross domestic product decreased 2.2%. The unemployment rate finished the year at 6.7%. By 2024, gross domestic product grew 2.5%. The unemployment rate was 4.1%. Labor force participation rate went up from 61% to 62.5%. And that's a combination of your work together with the fiscal policy of the Biden administration. So I thank you for that. One of the issues before us today is the issue of tariffs. In July 2018 testimony, you stated, Mr. Chairman, countries that have remained open to trade, that have not erected barriers, including tariffs, have grown faster and had higher incomes. Do you still believe that?
Yes, I do. I would stand by that.
So President Trump's tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico will obviously raise costs on families. In fact, some economists, many economists, project about $1,200 per year households will be paying extra, an increase of inflation by nearly 1%, economic growth depression, and, for example, the increase of the average car price by $2,700. Is that a wise policy?
So I guess I ought to say this. You know, I think the standard case for free trade and all that logically still makes sense. It didn't work that well when we have one very large country that doesn't really play by the rules. And in any case, it's not the Fed's job to make or comment on tariff policy. We, you know, really, that's for elected people, and it's not for us to comment. Ours is to try to react to it in a thoughtful, sensible way and make monetary policy so that we can achieve our mandate.
Just this weekend, the president removed the board of the Kennedy Center and made himself chairman. What would you do if the president tried to remove a member of the Federal Reserve Board?
Well, it's pretty clearly not allowed under the law.
Thank you. We've communicated back and forth about synthetic risk transfer as a potential danger to the banking system. And could you give us some insights on how we can improve financial stability by regulating these transactions more appropriately?
So what we've been doing for some time now is looking at them on a case-by-case basis. And if they really do transfer risk successfully, then that's okay. I mean, you know, it's a good thing if a bank wants to transfer risk off its balance sheet in a way that it gets compensated for and all that. But what you want to make sure is that the risk is really transferred, and that was the problem during the global financial crisis. Was sort of things that appeared to but did not accomplish a transfer of risk. So we see this coming, and we've been looking at these transactions on an ongoing basis.
About 80.
Well, I commend you for that. In fact, what happens typically is the
Downside's about
transaction
35.
becomes complicated by synthetic risk transfers, as it was the case with synthetic derivatives. So thank you for your attention to that. We've talked about housing. It's absolutely critical everywhere across the country. We're in a housing shortage. Of course, while housing is difficult, two of the mainstays of our housing market are Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
That's not how that works, OG rules.
Helping to support home ownership. Does the federal guarantee backing Fannie and Freddie help make mortgage rates more affordable and home ownership more accessible, Mr. Chairman?
I imagine it does hold down mortgage rates, the fact that they're sovereign risk.
And how important is the 30-year mortgage to ensure that families can afford a home?
In our housing market, the 30-year mortgage is very important.
Yeah. And I have heard some discussions about eliminating Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which would be detrimental, I presume, to the housing market.
That's really a question for you. You know, I mean, putting them back in the private, putting housing finance back in the private sector has some appeal over the longer run, but I leave that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important hearing, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today to talk about our economy and all the things that are going on. I want to address, again, something that the ranking member started talking off about, which was characterizing the CFPB as being the cop on the beat here. But I can tell you, as having been a governor and having a Department of Banking that reported to me, that if any consumer would contact us and make a complaint about a bank, even a big bank like JP Morgan, we would investigate, as could the OCC, the FDIC, the FTC. So to characterize that nobody's out there
This
looking
is
for
still
consumers,
pretty
I
flat.
think is inaccurate. And we ought not to try and scare consumers right now that somehow this is the case, because if you do have an issue, if you're a consumer, please reach out to your State Department of Banking, because those folks are going to look out for you. I can tell you that because I used to have one of those Department of Bankings. They did a fantastic job of looking out
SPX is
for
a
consumers.
SPX is a positive 2 bips.
One of the things that has also impacted consumers is inflation. Prices under the Biden inflation were up 20%. An average household is paying $13,000 more today than they were for the same standard of living they had before Joe Biden got elected. We see that grocery prices, for example, are up 22%, rents up 23%. Simply put, Nebraskans are economically worse off today than they were 4 years ago, and I expect that that's part of the reason why we saw this change in the administration. They thought that that was not something that they wanted to continue to pursue. They
We're doing
didn't
an
want
end-of-day
the same
straddle for
policies being
CPI,
followed. We have
PPI.
to end the reckless federal spending, rein in inflation, and
I opened one
be
last night
responsible about
for
how we make
Friday.
decisions to be able to grow the economy.
I'll probably just
One of those
hold
areas
it,
that I'm
unless we
concerned
get
about
like a
is
big
the
move
expansion of the
tomorrow,
Fed
which I
balance sheet.
kind of doubt.
The Fed's balance sheet before, at the end of 2019, so before the pandemic, was about $4.1 trillion. By May of 2020, the Fed expanded that to $7 trillion, and by 2022, the Fed's balance sheet hit an all-time record of $8.9 trillion. Inflation peaked at 9.1% that year, a high we had not seen since 1981. Now, I'm encouraged by the actions the Fed has taken with quantitative tightening to shrink the balance sheet down to $6.85 trillion, but $6.85 trillion is still too high. And one of my concerns with this, Chairman, is that that's kind of one of your tools to be able to
Yep.
guard
Has to do
against
it
a
with
downturn
the
in the economy or some sort of shock.
House Financial
Obviously
Services
used it
Committee
during the
tomorrow.
pandemic. Looking ahead long term, will the Fed Reserve continue to this course of unwinding the balance sheet?
Yes, so what we said is that we intend to slow and then stop the decline when reserve balances are somewhat above the level that we judge consistent with so-called ample reserves. The most recent data and the feel of the markets is definitely that reserves are still abundant. They're about the level they were at when runoff started, because the runoff has really happened out of the overnight repo facility, reverse repo. So yes, it's an ongoing thing, and we're not yet where we're headed.
So what kind of pace can we expect? And I know that obviously there's going to be a lot of factors like what happens to the economy over the course of next year. But if things were going to go along the way they are today, you've already said the economy's doing well. Inflation's a little higher than we want it to be at 2.6%, but unemployment's at 4%. If these commissions, and I think you used the word stable quite a bit, if these conditions were to remain stable throughout the course of the year, would you have a range that you could give us of where the balance sheet might be if we were talking again here in January 2026?
We basically, we're going to be looking at reserve conditions in reserve markets, and trying to stop a little bit above what we consider ample. And we think we're meaningfully above that now. We can't put a number on it because you can't directly know the demand for reserves other than by observing behavior in the market and then putting a little bit of a buffer on it. So I can't give you an exact number, but for now it's ongoing, and we have a ways to go.
What kind of conditions would have to happen for you to start going back to quantitative easing?
So quantitative easing. That's a tool we tend to use when we're at the effective lower bound and we can't cut interest rates anymore. So nothing like what you're seeing in the current day. It's a different test for stopping quantitative tightening, but we would use QE going forward only in a situation where rates are at zero, and we're a long way from zero now.
So that you think that, again, just generally speaking then, if things were to remain stable, you'll continue to unwind the balance sheet, you'll continue the quantitative tightening. Can't give me a range on this? Is that what I hear you saying?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, great. Well, I encourage you to keep doing that because, again, I think that's important to be able to make sure that you've got powder for the next issue that we may face. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you being here.
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, good to see you. One of the things we've talked about in the past, and I've got 2 or 3 issues I want to get through fairly quickly, is that that while our regulatory framework should always promote financial innovation, that innovation can't come at the expense of things like anti-money laundering, consumer protection, financial stability. I continue to worry in many of these hearings where we keep seeing this regulatory creep outside the boundaries of traditional financial regulation. I think if we were starting a system from scratch, few of us would design it this way. But it is one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to working with Chair Scott and my colleague, Senator Lummis, on a framework at looking at stablecoins in particular within the regulatory perimeter. I know my friend Bill Hagerty just introduced a bill in this area. I'm looking at trying to make sure we get those guardrails put in place, and how it touches the Fed is something that's terribly important to me. I know you and I have talked in the past about the notional idea of same activity, same regulation in the non-bank sector. If you'd like to wax briefly on this question around stablecoins and how we think about them in the same point of, if they are similar to other activities, should they not have the same regulatory structure?
So we definitely support these efforts to create a regulatory framework around stablecoins. Stablecoins may have a big future with consumers and businesses. We can't know that now, but it is important for the development of stablecoins in a safe and sound manner, and a manner that protects consumers and savers and all, that there be a regulatory framework. So we see these bills, and we're in contact as we were in the last Congress, and trying to add our technical thoughts and how to do this. And we think it's a very constructive exercise.
Well, we do think, you have a lot of expertise in this session, and there are people people come with lots of opinions on everything in crypto, from over the top to the other end of the spectrum, and I'm gonna need to rely on your expertise as well as we try to work through some framework for stablecoins. I know there are a lot of earlier questions on CFPB. I think the record is pretty darn good. It's returned $20 billion to consumers. Matter of fact, the last time we had the previous chair here, Chair Rohit, Mr. Chopra, we were talking about $55 million to Virginians. I do have to mention this more for my colleagues. Tim Kaine and I did a teletown hall last night. Lots of things happening in Virginia. Normally, we would get maybe 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 folks on a teletown hall. We had 60,000 last night. I have not seen anything like that in my time up on here on the Hill, and a huge amount of concern about what the Doge boys are doing, whether our information is safe, whether privacy is protected. I had one lady say, in light of what was happening at CFPB, and while there's not a direct connection, she's saying, is her deposits at her bank safe? We tried to give her a assurance, but I said, you know what, ma'am, I'm going to be talking to the chairman of the Federal Reserve tomorrow. And with this diminution or shuttering, at least at the time being, of the CFPB, can I tell, I believe her name was Mary, can I tell Mary from Virginia that her bank account is safe?
I think bank accounts overall across the economy are safe, yes. We've still got deposit insurance at the FDIC, and the banking system is well capitalized and safe.
Well, again, I think the concern was being raised was that the diminution of consumer protections lent her concerns about whether that dollar being safe. Last thing I want to recognize is that there's been reports in the media about the thinness in the Treasury markets, the number of additional bonding that we're going to have to do, particularly with so many of these unpaid tax cuts. Matter of fact, one of the things that was really striking to me was that yesterday the president mentioned how he was, quote, examining Treasury debt payments for possible fraud and suggested that our debt might not be as high as possible. You know, we all understand the full faith and credit of the United States is based upon a reputation. If this president were to suddenly say, I'm wiping off X amount of debt because I don't believe we owe it, what kind of effect would that have on both stability of the dollar and the overstability of our economy?
It will probably not surprise you that I will defer to you on that question.
So you think it would be, from a Fed standpoint, the President of the United States starts to saying we're not going to pay our Treasury debt, you're going to have no view at all?
I'm not going to comment on things that the president says.
I would like to see us at some point get a stronger answer on that, because I think that in light of the president's willingness to shut down agencies willy-nilly, his ability to potentially curtail payment of debt, I think would have devastating consequences on our economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation both in and out of this hearing room today. Conversations about a co-president referencing Elon Musk, referencing the work that Doge is doing. I think it's important to remember that President Trump ran on this. I mean, he said we're going to look for wasteful spending across our government. We're $36 trillion in debt, y'all. That's not only fiscally irresponsible, it is actually morally irresponsible. And the difference in this administration and the last administration is that President Trump is actually the final arbiter. And it's interesting that none of you had anything to say over the last 4 years when it is clear that our commander-in-chief was not in command. And if we're going to use the term co-president, then let's go back and say co-president Jake Sullivan, co-president Ron Klain, co-president Jill Biden. I mean, it seems that some of the biggest decisions were made during the president's afternoon nap time. And so I just think we need to be a little bit more honest about what's been laid out and what's actually occurring. Chair Powell, I want to discuss some monetary policy issues, but I first want to highlight a few supervisory items. We unfortunately started 2023 with several bank failures in which the Fed itself admits its supervisors were, quote, too slow to ask. The question has been asked earlier about who was fired, who was not. I think that there's some real merit to having accountability that we have not seen there. In the aftermath of those failures, the Fed was certainly not slow to act when it came to new regulations, like the new capital requirements that would have put the U.S. banks at a global disadvantage and actually hurt consumers in my state. The way I look at this is the world came up with a gold standard, and then Vice Chair Barr said, hold my beer. And unfortunately, that hurts Alabamians. In addition to that, we had Community Reinvestment Act and stress testing frameworks that were basically adopted in secret. Or as we discussed last week, the reputational risk and just the arbitrary nature of that and those standards that were used to push political agendas. None of this is acceptable, and we've got to take a look at how to promote greater accountability and transparency into the Fed's supervisory function. Shifting gears, as of January 30th, the Federal Reserve had a mark-to-market loss on its balance sheet of roughly $221 billion. In fact, I looked back and the Fed has posted losses since September of 2022. Meanwhile, we've seen transfers to the CFPB totaling $2 billion since September of 2022. So just to clarify, Chair Powell, these money transfers are requested by the CFPB director each quarter and then directly deposited by the Fed. Is that how that works?
So the director of the CFPB requests money, and we, under the law, we send that money, yes.
So, in fact, but Dodd-Frank actually prohibits the Fed from actually reviewing or amending those requests.
That is correct.
And so it gives full discretion to the CFPB director.
Up to, I think, 12% of our, there's a ceiling on that, but that's correct.
So just to level set, how many times, has the CFPB funding request been denied by the Fed?
We don't have the authority to
Zero.
deny it under the law.
0, right?
0, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And by the way, I'd like to applaud the current administration and acting director Vogt for inserting some accountability back into the agency by pausing these quarterly just blank checks. On that, I know there's been a lot of conversation around the Bureau over the last few days, but I do want to focus on those last couple of years, particularly the $2 billion the CFPB received from September 2022 up to the last receipt on January 2nd, 2025. Congress specified in statute that the Fed shall fund the CFPB through the combined earnings of the Federal Reserve System. However, as I mentioned, the Fed has no current earnings. It has a balance sheet of negative $200 billion. So instead of the recent audit statement saying the Fed is funding the CFPB through assessments on its reserve banks, Mr. Chair, there are only 2 statutes that authorize the Fed to make reserve bank assessments, and neither permit the CFPB to fund transfers. So what authority exactly did the Federal Reserve have to assess the reserve banks in this manner over the last 2 years? I just wanted kind of a fact-finding.
We looked at that question very carefully, and it's very clear on the law and the legislative history that we're still required to make those payments to do so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that candidate Trump did not run on implementing Project 2025. In fact, when he was asked on the campaign trail about Project 2025, he said, I don't know anything about that. Who are those people? And yet he early on and quickly installed a key architect of Project 2025, Russ Vought, as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, which we know is the command and control center for the budget overseeing all federal agencies. And that's what Elon Musk is doing now. He's implementing Project 2025, the same Project 2025 that candidate Trump said he knew nothing about. And he said that because he knew it was unpopular. He knew it would be unpopular to take the financial cop off the beat. And I want to start by talking about what's happening over at CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because that is the cop on the beat to go after fraudsters and scammers who cheat Americans out of their hard-earned money. And they have returned billions of dollars to our constituents, to the consumers who have been victims of these scams. And in doing so, they've earned some powerful enemies who want to shut them down. And Elon Musk is doing that dirty work on behalf of those fraudsters. And there's something especially twisted about the richest man in the world shutting down an agency that helps victims of scammers and fraudsters recover just a little bit of their hard-earned money. And I find it especially interesting that the new self-declared head of the CFPB, Russell Vought, told employees not to come into the office and essentially to stop work. Here's what he wrote, and I'm quoting, "Employees should not come into the office," unquote, and stand down from performing any work task, unquote. So this is an interesting situation. Federal employees continue to get paid, but the Trump administration tells them to stop doing their work. That apparently is what the Trump administration thinks is a good deal for the American taxpayer, to pay employees to not to do their job. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question for you. Is that a practice that you pursue at the Fed, to pay your employees but tell them not to come to work? Have you done that?
No.
That wouldn't be very efficient, would it?
No.
No, it wouldn't. And yet, that's what the so-called Doge boys, efficiency boys, are doing. In addition to that, they're rummaging through the private, very personal, sensitive information of Americans at the Department of Treasury. So it seems to me that the Trump administration and Elon Musk are focused on everything except what Donald Trump said he was going to focus on during the campaign, which was to bring prices down. And when you look at the price of eggs these days, I noticed that Waffle House just instituted a new 50-cent per egg surcharge due to the nationwide rise in the cost of eggs. They said that's going to be a new surcharge, and other restaurants are following suit. You've seen that, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And at the same time, the Trump administration has restricted federal agencies from providing the public with information about the bird flu, avian flu, which is part of the cost of egg increases. So what we're really facing here is an administration that campaigned on bringing down prices and is not doing that, did not campaign on Project 2025, and that's what they're doing. But when it comes to prices, Mr. Chairman, the president's also talking about significant increases in tariffs. Our Republican colleagues are also talking about passing a tax bill that gives way disproportionately to the super wealthy, and which will add trillions to the deficit by their own account. They're talking about playing around with the baseline. So my question to you is simple. All things being equal, do big increases in tariffs and increasing the deficit and debt put upward pressure on inflation? Isn't that simple math?
You know, it really does remain to be seen what tariff policies will be implemented, and I just think it would be unwise to speculate when we really don't know. I mean, we see proposals, but it's so hard to say what's going to happen. And
Well, last time the Trump administration was in office, the Fed took actions because they were concerned about the impact of increasing tariffs. Isn't that the case?
we wound up cutting rates in 2000 and I guess it was 19, but it really was because growth slowed and confidence was weak and the global economy was weakening. So the net effect of all that's what we look at. And it's really not just tariffs. It's tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy. And those will all go into a mix, and we'll try to make sense of it and do what's right for monetary policy.
Well, if you could just get back to me, I'm not on the question of increasing the deficit by trillions of dollars and what impact you believe that has on inflation and prices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I think you're aware of what direction my questions will take. They will be focused on the bank supervision function of the Fed. And I'd point out that when you and I were toddlers, 1956, the chairman of the Fed at the time, William McChesney Martin, said that the Federal Reserve Board is an agency of the Congress. Ben Bernanke said something similar in 2013 when he told Janet Yellen that, quote, Congress is our boss. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, the way I always say it is that our supervision, our accountability runs through the legislative branch, not through the executive branch, as it does in many other forms of government.
Thank you for that, because I wouldn't have guessed that that was going to be your response. The way that the Fed has behaved for the last 4 years in its relationship with the U.S. Congress is to thumb its nose at Congress. Your staff has repeatedly stymied information requests from this committee, notably made by myself, the chairman, the ranking member, Senator Tillis, former Senator Pat Toomey, and others. In my experience, the Fed is a black hole. It consumes information, but it never releases it. Your fellow governors have personally misled me on at least 2 occasions with respect to Wyoming and digital assets. And in recent federal court filings, former Senator Pat Toomey has accused your staff of lying to him while providing technical assistance on legislation that passed in the National Defense Authorization Act in 2022. Now, I have behind me a statement by the Fed's General Counsel, one of the staff that's sitting behind you today, who said, quote, "The Fed generally resists legislative prescriptions." Now, to me, that's thumbing his nose at Congress, the very people that you and I just agreed you are responsible to and the people depend on. So this is why the American people think there's a deep state. This is why they think there are faceless bureaucrats making policy to hurt the very people of this country. Just look at the mess the Fed made of Silicon Valley Bank. And I contend that there is a lack of understanding that is deliberate on the part of the Fed with respect to digital asset policy. So the Constitution says Congress is your boss, but somehow your staff have not gotten that message. So, Chairman Powell, do you commit on behalf of yourself and the Federal Reserve staff to comply fully with all document demands issued by this committee in a timely manner?
Sure.
Will you instruct your staff to be complete in their responses and not to obstruct the oversight functions of this committee?
You know, we always work with the committee to be responsive to your requests. Sometimes they're beyond our capacity to respond to, and we work with committee and with committee staff to do that, but we're always responsive to committee requests.
And I'll look forward to engaging with you when you feel that our requests are outside of the scope of the oversight that we have over the Fed. Do you commit to disciplining or removing any staff that are found to have engaged in debanking activity furthering Operation Choke Point 2.0 or other misconduct?
I can't make an open-ended commitment to remove anybody, but I will tell you that I am struck, and my colleagues and I are struck by the growing number of cases of what appears to be debanking, and we're determined to take a fresh look at that. In fact, I took the thing that you showed during the debanking hearing. When I saw that, we're now taking that out of the manual. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's up.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. I appreciate your presence here. I'd like to start with the issue of the rising cost of home ownership, something that I know is of great interest to many of my colleagues on this committee. I know, Mr. Chair, that you care a lot about home ownership and making home ownership accessible and available to folks. My colleague, Senator Lummis, as well, many of the folks on my side of the aisle as well. And so I think this is something that we can agree on, that the rising cost of home ownership is a big challenge for our constituents, for Americans. And one of the big pressures, there are many, but one of the big pressures is the rising cost of home insurance. In Minnesota, families, seniors are struggling to manage a nearly 40% increase in home insurance rates. We've seen this over the last 7 years or so. And I know, Chair Powell, that you've told this committee in the past that that rising cost of buying insurance for your home has been a source of inflation as we've been trying to manage inflation. Now, I don't know anyone who doesn't see this crisis of rising insurance rates as being caused by extreme weather events. We've seen massive flooding in the southeastern United States. We've seen flooding in Minnesota. We've seen fires in the Mountain West in California. I mean, these are climate-related events. That's not a political position. That is just a fact. So, you know, we've got banks that of course, require, understandably, that a homeowner provide insurance as a predicate for getting a mortgage. So there's a big question about what's going to happen when insurance becomes unaffordable, or in some parts of the country, just literally not available, and what impact that would have on the mortgage markets, on the value of American homes. Just last week, a new analysis from First Street showed that overall, the value of U.S. real estate could be reduced by $1.4 trillion, colleagues, over the next 30 years due to unaccounted for climate risk. That's the cost, the risk of not being able to afford home insurance because of these extreme weather events. And the prospect of trillions of dollars of property become uninsurable is clearly a recipe, it seems to me, for market instability, both in the rental as well as the mortgage market. So my question, Chair Powell, is given these trends, how do you think the Fed and how do you think we should be thinking about the challenges that these events are going to pose to insurance markets and to the overall financial stability of the economy? I'm asking you to comment specifically on climate change because I understand my colleagues on the other side of the aisle see that as a political question. It's more like what you see as the risk to financial stability here.
So let me quickly note that we don't regulate or supervise insurance companies for the most part, but we're seeing the same thing, which is both banks and insurance companies are pulling out of areas, coastal areas and things like that, or areas where there are a lot of fires. So what that is going to mean is that, you know, if you fast forward 10 or 15 years, there are going to be regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage, there won't be ATMs, there won't, you know, the banks won't have branches and things like that. Right. That's a possibility coming up down the road. It's not that the banks will stay there and keep making loans in the face of evidence of disaster, or that insurance companies will do right policies. They can cancel those policies every year.
Right.
So I think the risk is that they just won't be there and that people won't be able to get them. That's really the issue.
And it seems to me that that would be a massive source of instability in our economy overall if you were to see that kind of dramatic decline in home ownership, home values, not to mention the disruption that would occur if people literally couldn't be in their homes anymore.
So I think it's going to fall, if that happens, it'll fall on homeowners and
right.
residents, but it'll also fall on state and local governments, you know, which you see happening now, where they're stepping in states where insurance is going away, private insurance. You're seeing states step in because they want those areas to remain prosperous. So I don't know that it's a financial stability issue, but it certainly will have significant economic consequences.
Well, certainly to try to figure out how to provide reinsurance as an example, and the places where commercial insurance isn't available would be a massive impact on state budgets, if to follow your chain of thinking. And I know in this committee, I've heard some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle talk about the challenges overall with flood insurance, just as an example, and the massive expense that would have for us as well. I raise this, colleagues, because I think that this is an important issue that we need to be paying attention to. I do think it has a fundamental impact on the overall health of our economy as we look not even down the road, but where we are right now. So I'm out of time. Thank you, Chair Powell. I have a question. You and I have talked quite frequently about my deep and keen interest in the Community Reinvestment Act, and I'll follow up with a question on that for the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Haggerty?
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you here today. Welcome. I want to start by talking to you a bit about markets and inflation. Less than 6 months ago, you expressed some serious concerns about labor market weakness and the risk of persistent inflation. But since then, the FOMC has begun its easing cycle and cut its target rate by 100 basis points, as you mentioned in your opening remarks. Now, in the January meeting, the FOMC has telegraphed that it felt both the labor market and inflation have reached a point where you're comfortable maintaining its target range. And my question is this: the recent market data, including last week's strong jobs report, indicate that the economy is on firm ground. Indeed, swaps markets have begun to price in fewer and fewer cuts this year. And I just wanted to talk broadly about these market conditions that you see. Do you see evidence of a higher neutral rate emerging at this point?
Yes, I mean, let me say there was a lot of reason to be concerned about downside risk in the labor market toward the middle of this year, but really that concern has diminished significantly. Labor market's very strong. I think the evidence is, my own view, and there are many different views on this, but is that the neutral rate will have risen meaningfully, very hard to be precise about it, from what it was. It was clearly very, very low before the pandemic. Extraordinarily low, historically so, but yes, I think it's moved up, and many of my colleagues on the FOMC feel that way too.
It certainly seems that way. I'd like to turn now to what seems to be a very popular topic right at this point, and that's the CFPB. In your response to Senator Britt's question earlier, you confirmed that when the CFPB submits quarterly funding requests, the Fed is not in a position to exercise any discretion over what the funds are used for. Is that correct?
As long as it's compliant with the law.
It just strikes me that the Fed is not in a position to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its money. Congress hasn't been allowed to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its money. It looks like no one has been able to hold the CFPB accountable at all. And now I hear, complaints coming from every corner, particularly from the other side, complaints about the excessive delegation of authority to a Republican CFPB director when this entity was intentionally created to be wholly unresponsive to elected officials. So I just find that quite rich. Before I close, I'd like to come to a point on climate, and particularly the Fed's forays into climate activism that have taken place over these past 4 years and the recent retrenchment that we've seen. It's one thing for the Fed to disassociate from its past climate activism in a press release, but to credibly claim that it's divorced itself from partisan climate policies, the Fed needs to do more than just issue statements. It needs to actually end its climate policies. The Fed's independence from politics is a headline topic at the moment, of course, and while much attention has been given to potential external pressures on the Fed, I think it's also critical that we scrutinize how the Fed's own regulation and supervision might be utilized to in some way politicize the institution. So when the central bank strays from its mandate by embracing partisan climate policies, the Fed embroils itself in controversial political debates and invites legitimate political scrutiny. So I just want to urge the Fed to refocus entirely on its core statutory mandates. I know it's a commitment that both you and I share, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Warnock. Thank you very much, Chairman Scott, and welcome again, Chairman Powell. I want to echo the words of Ranking Member Warren and so many of my colleagues today on Doge and Project 2025's illegal attack on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Certainly the Bureau was not created to be dismantled. And since its inception, the CFPB has been the only federal agency solely dedicated to protecting Americans' wallets and pocketbooks from scammers and predatory companies in financial services. The CFPB reduced costs for Americans, returning more than $21 billion to Americans who have been cheated since its inception. I want us to focus on that as folks are talking about chasing after waste and fraud and abuse. The CFPB has returned more than $21 billion to Americans. Make no mistake, this attack on the CFPB will increase costs for Americans, and it will give the green light to fraudsters and predatory actors seeking to cheat hardworking Americans. And so, Chairman Powell, thousands of Georgians of all political stripes have written into my office, and they are alarmed by an unelected billionaire and his hacksters' dangerous attempts to access Americans' private data and the Treasury Department's systems that control $6 trillion in annual payments to millions of American citizens, including Social Security, Medicare, and tax refunds. Quickly, yes or no, has Elon Musk or members of his team, to your knowledge, attempted to access the Fed's protected data and systems? Yes or no?
I don't
To your
believe so.
knowledge.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so will you commit to report to this committee, majority and minority, immediately should you become aware of any such attempt by Elon Musk or Doge to pierce the Fed's independence or to access its protected systems?
Yes.
Thank you for that commitment. The Fed's latest monetary policy report states that the tight labor market has allowed employment and earnings gaps between Black and Hispanic Americans and white Americans to narrow. I was glad to see that many of the long-standing disparities in employment and wages by sex, race, ethnicity, and education have narrowed under the Biden administration. Some gaps have reached historic lows. Specifically, the employment gap for black workers and white workers is near its lowest point in almost 50 years. That is the economy that the Trump administration is inheriting, a historic low in almost 50 years. Chair Powell, as you work to promote maximum employment, what steps will the Fed take to ensure that these equity gains are permanent?
So the best thing we can do is it's both of our mandates really, because as you well know, high inflation hits people at the low end of the income spectrum first and most. And in addition to that, we know that the benefits of a strong labor market over time can be really visible and important in those communities as well. So we pursue our mandate, we keep our heads down, and it works out that is the single best thing we can do to foster, closing those gaps.
You pursue your mandate, you want to make sure that it's working. Would you agree that we still need good equity data to continue to narrow and close those gaps by race and gender?
I do think, we're always going to be in favor of good data at the Fed, and we do have quite a bit of that data on our website.
But if we don't have equity data, it'd be difficult to know, right?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear you still believe in the value of good equity data for economic policy making. It's better to fly with the data than to fly blind. I'm not sure what's so controversial about the data. And while I was disappointed to hear that the Federal Reserve, which is independent from the White House, had scrubbed a diversity and inclusion section from its website after President Trump's executive order, while also scrubbing data on the racial, ethnic, and gender makeup of its economists and researchers, I hope you will continue to ensure that the public has good data on how our economy is working or not working for historically marginalized Americans. I also hope you will reconsider your decisions around the whitewashing of the Fed's website. Chair Powell, as we think about the value of protecting data on the black-white wealth gap or employment gap, I think it's important to understand what policymakers can learn from this data. Historically, from what you've seen in the data, historically, what types of economic events have caused the black-white wealth gap or employment gap to widen?
Well, high inflation, downturns, you see generally just take the black unemployment rate, it generally moves at twice the speed of the white unemployment rate. So when it goes up faster, and when it comes down faster. But there is, at the end of the day, there's always been a gap, and we want to run a strong labor market, and we target overall overall labor market conditions for maximum employment. But one of the benefits of that is that gap comes down.
Thank you so much. We all know that fully deregulating our financial regulators like the CFPB, firing bank examiners at the FDIC, or weakening the Fed's supervisory capacity makes an economic shock or recession more likely. We know that this disproportionately impacts Black and Hispanic workers, and there are real consequences to weakening and eliminating financial regulations that keep us safe.
Sorry, I had to answer.
Working people are the ones
kind of
especially who
important
suffer.
email.
So thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to close these gaps.
Senator Banks is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for presenting
Isn't
your
a higher
report to the
neutral
committee
rate
today
bearish as
and
fuck?
for coming
Yeah,
to meet with me
of
last
course.
week in my office as well. The Federal Reserve has enormous power over Americans' ability to work and earn a living. And the Fed's interest rate decisions have an especially big impact on industries like manufacturing, which depend
It's
on
not
big
huge
investments.
resistance, but it's
Chair
resistance.
Powell, the Fed's data on manufacturing is still holding up nationally, but it doesn't look very good in the Chicago region, which
So
includes
far, we're
most
staying
of my
like
state
just
in Indiana.
positive on Delta.
The Beige
and
Book
chopping
says
around
manufacturing
the-
jobs are declining
the
and
weekly
fewer
gamma
people are
neutral.
buying manufactured products. It also says that steel demand is at a low level, auto production has slowed, and machinery orders are down. What does that say about the rest of the country? When manufacturing in the heartland slows, does that signal trouble for industries in other parts of the country?
It can. It doesn't always, but it certainly can. We watch the manufacturing sector. It's very important. Manufacturing jobs tend to be high productivity jobs. They're very important in our economy. But I would say over the last couple of years, manufacturing was pretty weak during during years in which we had high GDP overall. Manufacturing is a smaller proportion of the economy than it used to be, but it's still extremely important.
Senator Reid asked you why free trade doesn't work when one of the giant players doesn't abide by the rules. The China shock is proof of that. The Fed has a mandate to maximize employment. How do you account for the whole industry that is repeatedly suffocated by unfair competition?
We don't do trade policy. We're not responsible for it. We don't comment on those who do trade policy. So we don't really have a role in focusing specifically on that. That really is left to those who have responsibility over trade.
Do you agree that a healthy manufacturing economy is important to a healthy overall U.S. economy, though?
I do.
I hope you had an opportunity to read Robert Lighthizer February 6th essay in the New York Times. He explains why a big trade imbalance between any two countries is harmful to citizens in both of those countries. How does the Fed take the trade deficit into account in your decision-making at all?
Again, we really don't. We're aware of it, but it's not something that directly affects our mandate goals.
So not at all?
No. I did read his book, by the way. I didn't read that editorial.
Fair enough. It is a good book as well. I want to get into tariffs. It's no secret that most conventional economists hate tariffs. But I want to note that Indiana gained manufacturing jobs during President Trump's first term with the 2018-2019 tariffs. Even though the economist's conventional wisdom is that tariffs will reduce jobs, do you commit to following the data and not prejudge any outcome?
Very much so, as we did in 2018-19.
Finally, my staff reviewed the research paper on tariffs in preparation for this hearing. And I want to point out one of them called The Employment Consequences of U.S. Trade Wars. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this paper for the record. It found that the timing of tariffs are very important. It found that China's retaliation to President Trump's tariffs did hurt U.S. jobs, but if the U.S. had imposed tariffs on China much earlier in the 90s and early 2000s, it would have almost completely eliminated job losses due to the China shock. And I know you've said what you said before, but will you and your staff please take a look at this paper?
We certainly will. I imagine we already have, but I'd love to see it.
I appreciate that. Home ownership is an essential part of the American dream, but families are struggling to afford homes. In just 5 years, the price of a typical home in Indiana has gone up more than 60%. More than 3/4 of American families can't afford an average home in their neighborhood. How do the Fed decisions about monetary policy affect the ability of regular families to buy a home?
Most of what will have driven that increase will be about, some of it's about local regulation, as you, I'm sure, know. It's also about just wages going up and costs of materials and things like that going up. And land costs and all that are going up a lot. The channel that through which we affect housing is, of course, interest rates. And right now, interest rates are still pretty high, but actually, mortgage rates are really not set at the Fed. Those are really key off of longer run things. Nonetheless, we're clearly having an effect on the housing market, and that'll unwind as we normalize policy. But we're still going to be faced with high insurance costs and high material costs and labor shortages and all the things that keep driving housing prices up across the country.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Next will be Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Powell, just kind of running along that vein of thought, the housing costs are one of the top concerns of my constituents in Arizona. From 2010 to 2022, rents in Arizona increased by 72%, and I wish wages were as increased to match, but they did not. And the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has been above 6% for nearly 30 months. With very few rate cuts anticipated in the near future, potential cost increase from tariffs or imported construction materials, as well as the demand that we're going to see in terms of rebuilding from California and labor shortages. What do you think needs to happen to make housing more affordable?
Mr. Powell, have you seen Gamma Strike? It's dope as fuck. I yield my
Housing
time.
policy and things to help housing supply are really in your wheelhouse, not ours. I do think the housing markets around the country are still suffering from the after effects of the pandemic. Once that's all the way through and short-term rates are down to normal, whatever the new normal level is, I think Housing costs are still going to be high. I think it's still going to be expensive to build housing in many parts of the country where lots of the urban areas, the obvious places to build housing has happened. So I think it's a long-term. There's a short-term problem which will go away in coming years, but there's a longer-term problem with housing availability, and that's going to be something that's not within our authorities or power to affect.
You know, one of the things that I've seen in Arizona is because we have people that are locked into mortgages at 2.9, 2.8%. And in order for them to move to the new house, they're going to have to essentially go and try to get, quote unquote, a bigger house, but the mortgage payment is going to be through the roof. And while I know the Fed doesn't set the mortgage rate, at the same time, one of the biggest drivers, obviously, of inflation, especially in places like Arizona, is housing costs. And then one of the biggest decisions essentially you make on whether or not to move rates is inflation, which is driven by housing costs. So we're in this kind of perpetual vicious circle in Arizona when it comes to interest rates. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I just want to say at least for there to be some understanding on that. Because the reason we're not breaking out of this cycle is because the problem kind of feeds itself over and over and over.
I would say that there's
yes, that's
a bit
that's
of
exactly
repositioning
what's going on, but it's not obvious though that lower rates.
I'm not really sure any of it's being pulled away forcibly enough to have any significant
It would unlock
not yet.
People's,
and there's still
mortgages,
new
but that
sold put
creates
positioning
both
coming
a buyer
in
and a seller.
at spot.
So it's not clear that that would be
60,
something that would
65
drive
sold
down housing
puts.
inflation.
Well, my supposition, especially in places like Arizona, which is really growing fast, is that by increasing supply with lower rates, you end up essentially having more of a competitive market, so people will start moving and essentially bring down the overall cost.
At 60,
moving on, so I've also heard from
down on
businesses
things
in
a little
Arizona,
bit.
they're concerned about the threat of economic stability in tariffs that are imposed on our key U.S. trade partners. How should we expect prices to move for basic items like tomatoes, peppers, cars, and the like if we place a 25% tariff on Mexico next month as the president has threatened?
Moved up
As
initially.
you know, we don't do tariff policy and we don't do commentary on tariff policy.
I can see that getting filled pretty reasonably, but the consolidation right now is still bullish.
It can be the exporter, it can be the importer, it can be a middleman, and it can
Somebody
be the
pays for it,
consumer.
though.
Somebody does, but in some cases it doesn't reach the consumer much. In some cases it does, and it really does depend on facts that we haven't seen yet.
But that also contributes to some of the calculations on inflation overall.
It can, but
it's hard to predict.
There's a question of how persistent that would be and how large it would be.
Mm-hmm. So, and of course, I understand you're not here to specifically comment on trade policy, but overall, is it your opinion, let's just say a base opinion, that high tariffs can lead to higher costs, which would then end up being seen in terms of your inflation calculation that helps you set the rates?
So I'd say that's a possible outcome, which will depend very much on specific facts about what's being tariffed for how long, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Senator McCormick.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and Chairman Powell, good to see you again. In the past 5 years alone, the national debt has exploded. Federal spending and the debt have increased by more than 50%.
Filling the gap to the
Debt
downside.
held by the public, or true debt obligation, has more than tripled during the past 15 years, reaching more than $28 trillion. All told, U.S. national debt is now over 120% of our GDP. And runaway spending contributed to a regressive tax on all Americans, a tax known as inflation. In the past 5 years, the cost of living has skyrocketed for working-class Pennsylvanians, especially, as you and I discussed when we visited, those relying on fixed incomes. And unfortunately, that compounded effect of inflation has not been offset by commensurate rise in wages for many Pennsylvanians. I've heard from countless Pennsylvanians who had to count their dollars at the gas pump, cancel family trips, even tighten their belts at the dinner table because of inflation. So while we discuss these heady issues, let's not lose sight of the very real human cost of the decisions made by people sitting in this room. And given that cost, I'd like to ask you about the national debt and the cost of financing it. We now spend more to service the debt annually than we do on national defense. So how concerned are you about the accelerating pace of government borrowing and the borrowing cost which will affect families in the form of higher mortgage rates?
Yeah, you know, we don't comment on
Hey.
fiscal policy other than to say that, as my predecessors have said, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. It's not that the level of spending or the level of the debt itself is unsustainable. It's that the path is unsustainable, and ultimately the level of the debt will be. So there's no time like the present to start working on this. The longer we wait, the more painful it will be. It's something we need to do and will have to do in the long run, and the short run is better than the long run for that.
And just as a practical matter, how do you factor that into your policy thinking and decisions?
We don't. You know, we're here to achieve maximum employment and price stability, and it's really up to Congress to deal with fiscal issues, and we leave that to you.
Well, just as a more practical question, I think which falls clearly in your bailiwick, because of that national debt, it's caused the supply of U.S. Treasuries needed to finance the debt to skyrocket. And that's at the same time the Fed is shrinking its holdings of Treasury through quantitative tightening. So the question is, or could you at least give us some insight into the impact that this is having on the Treasury market as investors must absorb that supply? And in particular, I'm interested in how the biggest holders of U.S. Treasuries, how their behavior is changing as debt increases.
So this is a real Treasury question, but I think from our standpoint, I can say that there are lots of buyers for Treasuries, but Treasury buyers are going to be factoring in their assessments of the supply that's coming, and that may be part of the reason why the term premium has increased, as you know, over the course of this year. Although, you know, the rates have been going up and down lately. They're almost back to where they were before the election.
Hey.
I know the Fed has been moving forward with comprehensive changes to the stress test process. Could you discuss how you're thinking about reducing the volatility of the results and increasing transparency on the stress test?
So on transparency, we're going to release the models, clean them up and publish the models, put them out for comment. In terms of volatility, we're also going to release the stress test scenarios before we implement them. In terms of volatility, what we said we would do is average the changes to, the problem is the stress capital buffer can be moving up and down just because of volatility in the results, and it seemed like a good idea to smooth that out by averaging over a couple of years. We're putting all this out for comment, though, and ultimately we'll reflect those comments in the final decisions we make.
Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
Yeah, we're getting close to filling my gap.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, Chairman Powell. It's good to see you, and thank you for meeting with me last week. We discussed everything from jobs and housing supply to the real impact on Fed policies on all of our lives. And I also got a chance to share with you just the concerns and consternation of Delawareans who, for the past few weeks, have been frightened by firings and funding freezes, and just the real impact on people's financial and personal data and information when, Doge has access to this information. I'm hearing from my constituents as well about the potential shuttering of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. As Senator Warnock mentioned, CFPB has returned over $21 billion to millions of consumers, and that's a real impact. But I want to also highlight that it was your leadership in the Fed working with Congress and the Biden administration to really help answer that question that you were asked about if you had the choice to switch countries with France and Germany and others, that you said no, you'd rather be here. And that success is a testament to all of us. We came together during a really tough economic time at the end of this, during a pandemic, and it limited the recession and job losses. And since COVID, we've seen a robust job growth. But we also have grappled with inflation that drove prices up for so many goods. And I've worked to address one part of this phenomenon, our supply chain disruptions. In fact, I recently joined Senators Cantwell and Blackburn to reintroduce the bipartisan Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act to address supply chain vulnerabilities. And while we see indications that inflation may be slowing, too many of our constituents are still facing high prices and economic uncertainty. We need to do everything that we can to address this anxiety and the realities that Americans are facing. And there seems to be a disconnect. While the economy is doing, well here, on the ground, people aren't really feeling that. So, Mr. Powell, can you talk about, from your perspective, just what is driving this disconnect between traditional economic indicators, such as GDP growth and the stock market performance, and the tangible benefits for families?
I'd be glad to. So it is clear that the overall aggregate numbers are just very, very good for the economy. 4% unemployment, inflation down to 2.6% last year, and the economy growing well in excess of 2%. These are good numbers. But what people are feeling is the results of several years of inflation, and particularly for people in the low and moderate income category, they're really feeling it. So if you look at the earnings releases and press conferences that they do, that companies like the dollar stores and things like that do, who deal a lot with low and moderate income people, they're all telling you that those consumers are feeling really strapped. So we do understand that, and we try to keep that in mind. Even though we acknowledge that the overall data are good, we see what people are feeling, and that's inflation. So it's just another reminder how much people hate inflation and how bad inflation is for people, high inflation, and it just furthers our resolve to get inflation back to 2% and keep it there.
Thank you. One of the big areas that I focus on, you've heard many of us across the aisle talk about the housing crisis that we have in this country. And I know a few others have asked questions previous to me about this, but I would love to follow up afterwards with specifically what you think are the short-term and long-term things that we can do to really address the housing supply and affordability crisis. I have legislation that looks at things like reducing regulatory barriers, zoning reform, these things that we know we can, in partnership with local governments, make a significant difference. And so if I could, would love, again, to follow up with you, even cutting red tape, those kinds of things that we can do long-term and short-term. But I did want to mention one last thing in the 20 seconds that I have. The Fed listens, things that you do, activities that you do. Could you talk a little bit about that as well? Because working people, a lot of times people don't feel that they have a place in these kind of conversations, but can you talk about what the Fed does with Fed listens?
So briefly, we did this as part of our review 5 years ago, and we do it on an ongoing basis now. And the idea is that we break out from the usual people that we talk to, which is a pretty diverse group, and try to deal directly with people who are experiencing the economy and our policies. And it's quite eye-opening to listen to people talk about it. We had one person at the Chicago conference 5 years ago who said the expansion, which was then 9 years old, is just reaching my community. And he talked for some minutes about how companies were going into prisons and finding people who weren't going to get out for a year or two and training them and stuff like that. You could hear a pin drop. It was very telling stuff. So I think we learned from all that. And so we'll keep doing it.
Well, I will end by saying there's a famous quote, I think it's Martin Luther King, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. We need to get it together. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Blunt Rochester. Senator Marino.
Chairman, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time on the phone the other day. Appreciate that very much. Just to ask you a broad general question. When you increase M2, the money supply, by 40% over a short period of time, is that going to drive inflation?
It could. Well, as I think we discussed, monetary aggregates have not been a great predictor of really any other thing. But I think when there's a sharp increase like that in M2, then that could, that's something that might cause some inflation.
Now, is that just to be clear for the people watching, that happened because of public policy in this institution here, correct? In other words, there wasn't a civilian-led effort to increase government spending outside of the
Sorry, I'm
elected
like in and
leaders
out.
that were
shit
chose
going
to
on.
make those decisions.
I think that was part of it. I think there were just a lot of causes in the inflation that we saw, but that, you know, it's fiscal policy, it was monetary policy, it was just
Anyway.
closing and reopening the economy, just generated a bunch of confusing signals and
Baltic
now a lot
states
of
cut
inflation
electricity
everywhere in
off
the
to
world,
Russia,
really, whether
gas or
people did a
oil
lot
up?
of fiscal policy or not. So
I mean,
there
oil's
were
up a
many
bit
factors,
today,
and
but most
that's,
of
I would
that's
say, one of
surrounding
them.
the
But just to be
Middle
clear,
East
it wasn't the citizens of the country making those decisions. Those were elected leaders
I'm
choosing
not
to close the
long oil
economy.
now.
Businesses
I
didn't
got out
decide
on
one day
the
to close,
overnight
didn't
spike.
decide to
I was, like,
not be
way
able to go to
underwater
work.
on a bunch of oil
Those were
contracts.
decisions made by policymakers, correct?
Yes.
So it's
you
so it's a
think this
little
bounces?
disingenuous to be
I don't see why
hear
not.
my colleagues talk about
I mean,
how
I-
they
I
care
was
so
pretty
much
clear
about
this
inflation
morning.
when in
Flat
reality
chop
they cause it. But I don't want
is
to
really what we
continue
should
that.
expect out of
I'd ask
this.
you a question just
We
out
might
of
get some
curiosity. 'Cause you worked
swings
at
that
the
are
Department of
tradable,
Treasury.
but it's
At
they're
what
all
point
super
did you think they were
risky.
going to run out of ink?
We're now
Did
delta
that concern you that
negative,
maybe it was possible
gamma
that they were printing so much money that
but
the
we're
Treasury
still
would have to
above
find
intraday
alternate
gamma
ink
flip
suppliers?
and above gamma neutral
Didn't occur to
monthly.
me, but good question.
So we're
So
just
along those
back
lines,
to mean, basically.
something that concerns me a lot is the idea that we would even look like China in any way.
I feel like
So
until
can I
this
have
is
your
over,
commitment that
most
as long
of the
as you're the
trading,
chairman
unless
of the Federal
the
Reserve
only
System,
the only way
that we will
something,
never
like,
have a central
significant is
bank
gonna
digital
happen
currency.
is if Powell
Thank you
breaks
for that. I
the
think that's
Fed's current
extremely
narrative.
important. It makes me very happy to hear you say that.
But that's why we
Shifting
have to
gears
watch
a little bit,
these,
something that
as
matters to
annoying
me and
and fucking
entrepreneurs all over the
stupid and
country
redundant as
is
they
why
are.
can't I wire
Because
somebody
if
money at 6
Powell
p.m.
says
Eastern
like
time?
one thing off
Can we get to a
script, the market will move 50
24/7
bips.
scenario where wires are cleared every day, all day?
Can you turn down the video
I
a
think
bit?
that
Yeah.
would be very, very helpful to businesses all over the country.
So that's coming. It's just
So-
coming slowly here. We have.
Yeah,
that
I don't.
Fed
I don't.
now,
I mean,
but
Powell's.
obviously that Fed now
There's
will
been
provide
Fed
that
presidents
service
in the past that
between
are
two
not
banks, and
as good
others
at
wanna provide it
managing
too.
these.
Yes, we do
Powell
kind of lag
is
a lot of other countries in
a consummate lawyer when it comes to dealing with
I know I don't want to
dealing
put you on
with
the spot.
the Senate and congressional committees.
Fed now is very familiar with it.
And he almost
It's a little
never
bit late
goes
in
off
coming. Can we
script.
get a commitment to do
I
that
mean, we've
this
watched
year
him take
so that by the end of this
thousands of
calendar
questions
year,
over the last 4
businesses
years,
can transact
and he's maybe gone
24/7
off
and
script
settle payments.
3-4 times.
I think they can do that.
And
now. I believe they can
and
do
senators
that now.
grandstanding
They can also
or
do it on
and
the,
you know,
RTP
House
system.
representatives grandstanding are the least likely
it's
people
available.
to upset
Let me
him in
check
any
in.
way.
I'll follow up with you.
Yeah,
That'd
he
be great.
does stick to the script.
One other,
But we still have to watch it
puzzle here
because who the fuck
what
knows?
do you think
right?
the Fed can
One
do
offhand
to
comment
fight
and it can disrupt a lot of
international
things.
terror groups? For example, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the proxies that are funded by places like
This
Qatar.
can go on till
What
like
can-
almost
do you
market
think that we're
close.
doing enough to keep them
These are
outside
usually
of the
like
banking
several
system?
hours long.
Because at the end of the day, terrorism is ultimately funded.
What could he
by
possibly
these
say to
bad
cause a
actors.
reaction?
I
He
met
can
with the
discuss
hostage families
the
this morning.
potential
It was
for a longer,
heart-wrenching
like
to hear
higher,
stories
longer
about,
run neutral
kids
rate.
that are my kids' age,
He
being held
can,
for
you
almost
know,
500 days.
emphasize
The
things
Qataris are
like
obviously
the United
completely
States fiscal
complicit in all this.
irresponsibility,
What
which
can
is a
we
little
do? What
bit
advice
bearish.
would you
It's not
have
moving
that we
anything
can do
significantly
to
right
make
now,
certain
but
that,
because
we don't bring
everyone
these
already
terror
knows
groups
about
to their
it.
knees?
You know, we do enforce the money laundering laws very, very strictly, and but
different
it's a tough
bank
question
regulation sentiment, right? Like we
it's a
saw
huge
earlier with
focus in
Warren,
international,
kind of emphasizing
meetings
that
and
the
things like
banks
that,
can
but
do
you're
whatever the
right,
fuck they
it's
want, and the
really
market
hard to
went up a
nail it
little
down,
bit, right?
particularly if it's all happening overseas. But we can,
Then we
can
got
do
some
what we
like
can do
you
with
know
our banks.
information about
We
the
don't wanna
longer
make
run
it
neutral
so
rate, and we went down a little
costly,
bit.
though, that they debank
But if any of those are
because they're so
really
worried
too
about
far
money
off center,
laundering
where
laws.
you know
Laws. And
everyone
that's some of
expects
what's
the answer to be,
according to the banks, is that they're so afraid that
Then the
there's
SPX
money
can shit the bed.
that they just cut people off at the first flag as opposed to perfectly legal business.
Can you talk a bit about Vega pits
Thrown
when
out
you get a
because of their
chance? I think I missed it
being caught
earlier.
doing money
I haven't really said anything about
equals
them
and
because
balance
VIX
there.
3-month
It's
is
a
really
really hard
too high to
project
buy
and
them.
one we spend a lot of time on.
Thank you, Chairman.
Like, there could be an argument for getting a few here just to protect against the geopolitical uncertainty. While VIX 3-month is around 18, but VIX 3-month 18 is pretty elevated. So there's a very good chance that you could get burned pretty hard on those contracts. I definitely wouldn't want a lot of exposure at these prices.
And there is a lot of anxiety right now by the American people in trying to understand what's happening and seeing and interpreting what's happening on the news. I guess I just wanted to ask you if you were.
That's because Trump keeps rolling all the tariff stuff further and further out.
Of independence when it comes to the Federal Reserve.
So I think the point is that we'll make better policy, we'll keep inflation lower if we just focus on doing our job and stay out of politics, stay out of elections, don't try to favor or to hurt any political party, any political figure, just focus on the data. If we start putting up political filters, we'll be no good, we'll be less effective at our already quite difficult job. And I do think that's broadly understood. I think there's broad support up here in both political parties and on both sides of the Hill. I think that there is a decent degree of support for continued independence. That's not to say we shouldn't be accountable. We should be very accountable and transparent about what we do. We should be up here explaining what we do and why to our oversight body, which is this committee and then the same committee on the House side. So that's what I would say.
Making decisions about your core mission about stability and about growth, but not thinking about it in terms of the context of an election cycle, for instance. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to just shift gears a little bit, but similar type topic. There's been a lot of attention to the role of public servants within our government and, our understanding what roles they play, how many to have. And I guess I just wanted to ask if you could speak to the role of the Federal Reserve employees, their qualifications, and more importantly, like their importance to the mission and being able to engage. How important are they to the work that you are trying to do towards stability and growth?
So I'm very proud to be associated with the people of the Federal Reserve, and I'll give you an example why. When the pandemic hit, kind of out of the blue, and economies all over the world are shutting down, the U.S. Treasury market is stopping to function, companies can't roll over their commercial paper, economists are writing about a depression. People at the Fed who went through the global financial crisis 10 years before step forward and say, we got this, we know what to do. Here's what we do with the Treasury market, here's what we do with money market funds, here's what we do with the companies that can't get any financing. The markets were closed.
What do you look for?
And companies were having maturing debt that they had to roll over.
I usually do it on SPX, so
in that
like
dire emergency.
5.0 to 8.
But I will tell you, it was impressive, and I think if you could have seen the way people
somewhere around there,
and
90 plus days to expiration,
and how well it worked. Really, our work during the acute phase of the crisis was very successful, and it's entirely due to the knowledge.
So, like, if I were looking right now, I'd probably be looking around.
Would you say that the Fed is overstaffed?
No, I would say that, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Everybody at the Fed works really hard. It's a place where people work.
And a lot of this conversation
somewhere
right now
between
about
like
staffing
5250
numbers
and
departments,
50,
agencies, it's going back to the
500.
sense of the taxpayer dollar, in terms of accountability there. But I guess I just wanted to ask you, is the Fed paid for by the taxpayer dollars? Can you explain to us what the burden is on the taxpayer?
So we're self-funding through our large balance sheet.
So when it comes to the staffing,
we fell back to
the
negative
Federal Reserve,
gamma.
not coming from the taxpayer.
But there's support here at 50.
Indirectly, we give away
50 and 45.
All of our profits we give back to Treasury, and those profits would be higher if we didn't pay for the Fed. So in fairness, it's ultimately paid for by the taxpayer. But in that sense, we're self-funded.
Self-funded.
Yeah.
Just one last question here. You talked about the different actors that are involved when it comes to levying tariffs in terms of paying that the exporter, the importer, the consumer. You said middlemen could be part of that. I guess I just wanted to ask you, do you know of any way in which to 100% guarantee that the consumers will not have to pay higher costs when it comes to tariffs?
Not really. It's not going to be easy to identify with any accuracy exactly where costs do fall, but I think it'd be hard to guarantee any particular outcome. I think we're just going to have to see.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warren, did you?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a point before we quit here, and that is about law enforcement. If you keep the laws the same on the books, but you fire the cops, you're going to have a lot more crime. That's kind of law enforcement 101. And the problem we've got right now is law in the books about consumer protection hasn't changed. But the cops, at least right at this moment, have been told at CFPB to stand down. And I appreciate that we have state AGs who step in, and often they partner up with the CFPB. But there is no one else for the giant banks who actually does what's called the bank examination, the supervision. And that is so important. Remember the Wells Fargo scandal, where Wells Fargo was illegally opening fake accounts in people's names? You find that through bank examination, not because the person who got cheated could figure it out. Bank of America gets hauled in because bank examiners discovered they were charging people illegally on junk fees. Nobody finds that but the people who are down in the banks doing the bank examination.
Name a voice more unbearable than Elizabeth Warren. Listening to Gary Gensler talk about Bitcoin for 2 hours. Give me 1 second.
Before 2008, we had all those laws scattered among 7 different agencies, and we saw how it ended. It ended with millions of people losing their homes, millions of people losing their jobs, millions of people losing their savings. The CFPB is our law enforcement agency to make sure that the giant banks follow the rules on consumer protection. And for me, right now, I'd be really worried about doing business with a giant bank when there's no cop on the beat.
Thank you, Senator. I will recognize myself for just one question, and it'll even be relevant to your job, I promise. Mr. Chairman, so thank you for your patience and for being here. I wanted to follow up on there were some questions, or at least I know Senator Rounds asked a Basel III question, and your response was basically, let's get the people in place from the administration, and then we'll proceed again. Treasury Secretary Besson recently said that the banking system is, I believe, said, quote, well-capitalized, perhaps over-capitalized, unquote. And given that assessment, or if you agree with it, could you discuss the necessity of advancing a new Basel III proposal, specifically how an updated regulation would impact the ability of the regional banks to compete with the big Wall Street banks, and what consideration should be taken into account to ensure that we have a competitive banking system? Because I know there's this concern comes and goes, and for those of us who have largely regional banks, or God love them, the best of all, community banks and credit unions, a competitive system is really important. So if you could just answer that, and then I'll wrap up.
Sure. So we're eager to get together with new colleagues from the FDIC, new leadership at the FDIC and the OCC, to try to finish Basel III. My own view has been that our banks are well capitalized, and Basel III was not supposed to be an exercise in raising capital in U.S. banks. Mario Draghi said that. Dan Tarullo said that back in the day, I believe. So I think that's about right. We have some work to do, but we'll get there, I believe, fairly quickly. In terms of your regionals, they don't face the GSIB surcharges. They don't face quite the burden that the large banks face on resolution planning and that sort of thing. So we certainly need those banks to be healthy and profitable, because we need them to compete with the GSIBs. We don't want a world where the GSIBs just keep getting a bigger and bigger share of the economy. That's not what we're looking for, and that's what a lot of pressure. We've seen the number of community banks, especially, declining for 30 years.
Yes.
And this is not something we want to. We don't want to be the cause of that. If it's happening by natural causes or because of evolving technology, that's one thing. But we don't want to be inadvertently causing that to happen.
So as you look at a Basel III exercise, can you think of anything specifically that ensures that competitive, diverse banking system is maintained rather than a consolidation, whether it's whether it's fewer community banks into more regional banks or fewer regional banks into more Wall Street banks?
Well, I just think you think twice before you impose the kinds of things that we impose on the largest banks and the next to largest banks. You want to be careful not to just think we should do exactly the same thing. It's what tends to happen is, so for smaller banks, it raises the fixed costs is what it does of banking, and it makes it harder to start new banks and makes it harder for, any but the largest to be successful. So that's not what we want. We want a lot of competition, and these regionals. It's important that they thrive.
I agree, and I agree with your assessment. So thank you for that. Thank you for staying with us for the day, and glad we could get you first. So as we wrap up, for senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, February 18th. Chair Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your response to questions for the record. Thank you. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
It's over. Thank God. That was quick. Only 2 hours? Alright, so we found support at 50. I mean, positioning hasn't moved much now that things are over. There's very little downside support on a failure of 50 till we get down to like 30. So if we were looking for a bigger move, I think that would be... God damn it. Hold on. Okay. How's the meeting look on Gamma Strike? Flat. The same way it looks on the rest of the market? I don't know what you mean, but I mean, it's we got above positive delta for a little bit and then we failed again back to the low of the day. I'm not really sure we're getting more bullish or bearish positioning here at all. It's just kind of neutral. Right now there's support at 50 and there's resistance to the upside at 60, 65, and 70. So if 50 were lost, there's a bit more room in that direction to move. But I mean, I guess to the upside, there's a potential to push up to like 80. Long session is tomorrow with hundreds of congressmen. Well, there's not hundreds of them because it's just the House Financial Services Committee. What's the SPX 15-minute chart looking like to you? I see 3 of those little humps. Okay. Yeah, it's, I mean, kind of like a triple top. I guess it could be like a head and shoulders. There's a downside gap under 60-40 that's, been there since, the beginning of the week. So that could still have some relevance. I don't think there's a gap on ES, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure the ES gap is filled. We had a bit of a breakdown. We bounced. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if like the pop. This is kind of the upside price action on the back end of the distribution from the intraday. So we'll see how high this carries. I mean, if it doesn't get a new high on the intraday, that's probably a little bearish. It's a real gap up on the oh, there's one gap up on the test. That's not necessary. I mean, gaps aren't bullish or bearish. They're just like a strike or a price where the spreads have gotten a little too far apart. Looks like several gaps on the GS Live chart. There's just the one that I see. Here? I think these are the same. Close 60.59. 60.59.50 opens 60.59.80. Maybe there's a gap there. What's this saying? 60.59.81. 60.59.77. Let me see. Maybe I missed a trade. I'll try to refresh it. Oh, yeah. There it goes. $59.80. $59.80. Yeah, so no gap. There's still one down here. Right there. Definitely not several, though.
Hey.
Mm. I'm not sure if this is going to get rejected or not. Seems like it could. Like a lower high here would be kind of bearish. Right here. Hmm. I love IBKR to be clear about trading permissions. I can't do any crypto or short long ETF because they say it's complex levered instruments or require special trading permission. Just call them, see if you can fix it. Hmm. It's kind of interesting. Futures and SPX are a little bit off here. $21,790 on NQ. I'd be worried if NQ gets support at 21,790 and tries to push for 21,800. Because that could drive the same breakout for, well, it could drive the breakout for SPX. Maybe it'll fail though. Back below VWAP. It did lose 90 here. So that's a little bit more significant. Getting a why don't we have an emoji of you pointing up in Discord, similar to how to JPow and Morgan Freeman? I don't know. You could clip that thing earlier where I tossed my glasses to the side. My imaginary glasses. If it makes you happy. What is the hey sound? Is that you? It's the trade notification on WeBull right now. My mom's good. Yeah, she's fine. Tell them the cops are off the beat and it's a free-for-all now. How do people eating spaghetti with a fork and knife? Strongly. What do the spikes on the Delta flip represent? Repositioning relative to moneyness? The Delta, like, especially when you get really close to it. But it's also repositioning. I mean, it moves. Thank you and your team for building Gamma Strike. It's truly helping me make better informed decisions in my strike positioning. That's fucking awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. We love the compliments, so keep them coming. Remember when I said that was bearish? It's because it was. So I made negative $17 today. Stonks. If it's any consolation, I just burned up like $2,000 in theta today, just holding my straddle for tomorrow. It would have been $5,000 if I didn't sell some toots and calls. We need a better name for calls. Like, we got Tootie Pooties, which is great. But what are we gonna call calls? Tabasa Puts has got stopped out and sold the 60/60 at 70. Cooties. No, we don't need to give calls any worse of a negative connotation than they already have. Yeah, but Popcorn Trader doesn't buy calls, so he can't invent the nomenclature. Someone asked about this. So this is a really common trading setup on a breakout where you get a high and like strong support. And if you're looking, you're looking for a lower high following it. And then that usually leads to a breakdown. These are particularly important at like minor support resistance. They happen really frequently. You see them on the downside too, but they generally the second low will be lower. So you'll get like price will fall, and then you'll get that, and then recover, and then you'll get a lower low, recover, and that's bullish. I don't like that we left a little gap at 60. It probably just means like more chop and that this isn't going to fail all that much. My gym has actual cooties. I walked past it yesterday and I was like, they had like a big sign. They had like a big sign on the door that they were closed for cleaning. And so I called them. And like one of the women at the front desk answered. And apparently somebody came in with body lice and got them in the locker room. So my gym in fact has cooties. Which makes me really glad that I basically never go there. How nice is Equinox? I mean, nice enough to shut down when they find body lice and clean. At Planet Fitness, you just gotta brush them out of the way. The amount of Altman glazing going on Reddit due to Elon's stupidity is baffling. That's why Planet Fitness doesn't cost $200 a month. That's true. 500. But yeah, same thing. Planet Fitness, you have to wait for the body lice to finish its set. Oh my god. Huh. Got any new shill material today? Ooh. Is today Tuesday? I might. I just might. Should I show them? Wait, no, not yet. We're pumping the hype chamber. Oh, okay. We can do it tomorrow. I'll show them tomorrow, and then they can ask questions about it on Thursday. Okay. We'll be edging all week. Is FDIC insurance about to go away? Possibly. But there's still SPIC insurance. And from what I know about rich people, they're not going to take that one away. SIPC? SIPC. Not bank run, Cobra. You can't say bank run. That's a felony. There is a possibility that large banks, while unregulated, could take liberties with the money you have deposited with them, as outlined by Senator Warren in her speech today, which does make smaller banks under the purview of state regulatory agencies potentially safer. bank jog. See, Cobra, how you use language to express an idea without committing a crime? Glorp, wind down. Well, we're technically down a little right now. What bank is safest of them all? I mean, JPM definitely has the stronger balance sheet out of the big G-SIBs. PNC's balance sheet isn't too bad. The rest kind of suck. Like, the rest of them can't withstand significant depositor withdrawals. Or more substantial losses on their hold-to-maturity securities, whichever were to come first. PNC largely avoided a lot of risk because they were restructuring and merging with another bank at the time that other banks were buying heavily into long-term treasuries at like 1% interest. And so their risk exposure on hold-to-maturity securities is a little bit less than everyone else. JPM's just huge, and so that's their advantage. There's some smaller like regional banks and shit that are in decent places. Ones that don't have too much like commercial loan exposure. The credit union administration? Probably not. I mean, the executive branch has no power to dismantle the NCUA. Not sure that matters, but they don't. Like, the NCUA was set up by Congress, by a congressional act, so... And they're probably not getting rid of the FDIC. If I remember correctly, the FDIC isn't even supported by public funding. It's supported by like premiums that they charge the banks. So really hard to make an argument for, you know, protecting the taxpayer when the taxpayer doesn't pay anything towards the FDIC. And there's incentive for banks to keep the FDIC around. They don't want them going anywhere. Otherwise, one bank failure would become a contagion. They might want looser restrictions, but they definitely don't want to get rid of the FDIC. So, I mean, Trump would get a lot of pushback from a lot of major donors if he tried to. What's the correct terminology for the opposite of a leap? Hold on one second. What's the correct terminology for the opposite of a leap? Leaps are a specifically designated contract options product that is separate from the rest of the options chain. So there isn't an opposite of them. No, because 15 minutes expiries are not. I mean, unless it's a leap expiration, then no. Well, you're making a presumption that all leaps have a lot of theta, but they don't always. Right? If it's the same day as the a leap expiration, then they are also a 0 DTE. Why not just ask what's the opposite of a lot of theta? Less. But it's not an opposite. There's a gap to fill down at 52. There's actually not a ton of support at 50. There's bot puts at 50 now. And bot calls at 55. Sold puts. So synthetic long at 50 is the support here, but bot puts or synthetic long at 55. But bot puts at 50 net. And those are growing right now, so it just went up quite a bit. There's about 1,100 of them. So it's probably worth trying to defend it, but I don't know if that's going to be like a thing or not. Synth long at 55. Bot puts at 50. We'll see. Falling below the synthetic long is pretty bearish. But right now we're still holding just at it. There's also a gap we left to the upside, so we're kind of in between two of them. I think it'll just depend on how people position here while we consolidate. They're really gonna leave that single penny at 60.04? I mean, they could, or it could just not fill for hours. I mean, it's not like we have to immediately go back up there and test that. It's a very small gap, and then, you know, B isn't that, like, far out of the money or anything. There's still bot puts at 60, which are resistive. So we're not out of the woods on this bounce yet. But I think they're gonna get it. Maybe another retest above VWAP on NQ. Stuffed. That got stuffed hard. Is that gonna recover? That's not a great look. Hmm. Breakout? I don't see an upside gap. There's a 1 cent upside gap at 60.6004. Do you have historical Greeks back near the COVID crash? Were we hovering around a GN then? No, prior to the COVID crash, the market had like actually just fucking rocketed for 2 months. I doubt we were near GN, but we're backfilling that, like the historical data. I think we have back to like 2021 or 2020 right now. But we're filling it in. It takes time. The bulls are gonna like short fall a little harder here. I feel like they could get a breakout back to like 60 if it doesn't get stuffed by the puts at 60 again.
Hey.
60 or 62. A little bit more short vol coming in. Gamma's positive on the monthly and 0 DTE. Is gamma neutral to the upside? 60, 60, 64. The weekly. That should be like well, if we break up here above 58, we should get like a faster move to the upside, maybe to the flip, like 60, 61, 60, 62. The delta flip's like basically right at that white line I drew to the upside on SPX. Ooh, weird little gap. Bulls have gotta want to push for 80. Sure, but there's a big pile of puts at 60. It's not like the easiest move. Just because they and like delta's or delta's negative on the intraday, gamma's negative on the weekly contract. They still got to offset selling of the downtick. Now higher support here on the breakdown, that might be where they try to push from. So if we test like 56 or something. What about 1929 Greeks? No, not anytime soon. Also, options? Greek hadn't been invented. I mean, I think the first like S&P options trades were like in the 80s. early 80s. It's the support around 56. So it might get more of an aggressive push to the upside here. Maybe enough to break through the bot puts. Maybe not. Let's see. All right. Gap up.
Hey. Hey.
84 on ES is important. 6186 on SPX.
Hey.
Distance. Closest is a positive here. Gamma neutral on the weekly test is 6440. How high can they rip it above 60, 65? We start to run into quite a lot of resistance at 65. And it's also gamma neutral. Like weekly GM. So it could be a fairly significant resistance. They have a little bit of momentum going for them.
Hey.
Resistance at 70. Two gaps to the downside, 65 and 59. JPOW didn't say anything. I don't know if there was other news. I don't think so. 3-year auction came in. That was a while ago, though. That was like back here. Which doesn't make a ton of sense. But maybe just a push to shake off some of the positioning. We got the 70 test. There's a synthetic short at 60, 70. Positioned a little bit better here. Not like a ton. What does synthetic short mean again? Bot puts, sold calls. I don't see them selling a lot of the 65 put, although they had 65 puts already. So those are out of the money now. What's stopping 80? I mean, nothing really. It's just there's a lot of resistance. There's a shitload of sold calls up here. This isn't gonna squeeze them out either. Not substantially. We probably need to get above like 75 or 77 to squeeze anything. And the way this sits right now, it could just mean revert back to like the delta flip. It's not a ton of support at 65. There's a little bit, but if 65 is lost, then we can fall right back to where we traded most of the day, like in here. I guess like VWAP. So they'll need to reposition here if they were going to try to push higher. Is the Gex chart telling us we're at the top unless repositioning happens? No, it's telling you that it's really hard to move higher. Will IWM move a lot on tomorrow's data? It could. It depends on where inflation comes in. And the expected range from like analyst projections is pretty wide. A little higher. Hmm. There's some profit taking here, but it hasn't quite, I don't think it's quite stabilized. Hmm. Where's our support? I guess just 65. If we lose 65, we can fall back to 55. I think that might be the only level that really matters. This delta flips moved up? No, it's still like 61. And then gamma flips at 56. Hmm.
Hey.
Still have to lose 65. It's like, there. Gap fill alone is not enough. Ball's ticking up there. Left another gap.
Hey.
Hmm. I think it's more bearish if we were to fill that than if we don't. The fucking $10 of price action we have today is not exciting enough to validate a song. We can't just be playing songs willy-nilly, otherwise they don't mean anything. Oh, we're really not gonna fill the fucking gap? What the fuck? Oh, now if we fill it, it's like almost a little bullish. Did we fill it? Is that high enough? 66.35, yeah it is, okay. Hmm. Ooh, nice. Next gap's at 59. Maybe a week's worth of wages today. Play a song for that. Let's see. Do I have any new ones?
Is this my real wife? Is this just fantasy? Can't use the sex chair. Kids don't have any sympathy. Undo the latch. Can't get any snatch. You see, I'm not a poor quant. I own some property, but now I'm skewing left, skewing right. Not getting any slit tonight. Anyway, my wife blows, so it doesn't really matter to me. To me. To me. Hey, Gherk, nearly got laid. Putting my wife into the chair. Lost my shoes, then kids were there. Gherkin, we had just begun. I tried to tell the kids to go away. Gherkin, ooh, didn't mean to make them cry. Apologized by taking them to the mall. Cinnabon, Cinnabon, they were good, we went to Spencer.
I think it's a song about J-Fresh.
Fuck up, words have meaning, you dumb show. So suck my balls and choke on my load of wisdom, don't you know? Take it slow. I've got to go. Troll economists on X and post dank me. Dankest memes. Gherkin, I half-assed the stream, but that's okay. I fixed my washing machine. I'm just a little mathematician of a man. Minivan, calculate the contango. Always work my dangle at complementary angles. Speed and gamma, speed and gamma, speed and gamma, speed and gamma, speed and gamma by gamma stripe. Magnifico! I'm not a poor quant. I have the money. I'm not a poor quant. I have an advanced degree. Sparing this life of work for equity. Skewing left, skewing right. Please buy gamma strike tonight. Ginger balls. Yes, we will buy gamma strike. Ginger balls, yes, we will buy gamma strike. We'll buy gamma strike. Please, 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 please tell us where to go. Tell us where to go. Tell us where to go. So you think as an artist that I'm in the mean, so you don't check my X and see all my dank memes. Oh, baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get X, just gotta get X for all those dank memes. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Only one thing matters, anyone can see. Only gamma strike matters.
Was that the... Oh, that was the end. Well, I hope GNW failure. We're kind of just chopping on it right now.
Hey. Hey.
Test. Hmm.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hmm.
Hey. Hey.
Hmm. Well, it's early, but how's position looking for tomorrow? Anything coming in already? Probably also just mostly neutral like we got today. I can take a look in a little bit. I don't think CPI positioning is going to be rated super heavily one way or the other. There's some sold calls. New low. See if we lose the GN here. Ooh, there's the test. kind of below it a little bit. Nice. Ball picks up a little. Futures caught a decent size buy. See if that gets burned off. Holy fuck, this is boring. NQ still looks pretty weak. Whee! That was a nice failure. That might give us a new local low. Still a gap back here. We'll either defend 61 or we fall back to 55 where we were before. 61, 62. So we'll need to step in here and do something. Ideally above the gap. I think letting the gap fill would be a bit. Yeah, I would probably skew things a little bit too in favor of the Bears.
Hey.
Kind of going down right now, popcorn. What's the chance that we hit 60-90? Super fucking low. I think Q's still failing. Vol's still kind of ticking up. Delta flips at 61.24. Hmm.
Hey. Hey.
Tempted to push up. A lot of sold puts at 55 now. There's still a synthetic short at 70. Consolidation's getting more bullish. Oh god, it's so bad. Sounds like a question somebody with 60-90 calls would ask. Yeah, it does. Bulls are starting to get like some decent short put positions in place. They're definitely trying to lever up. I'm selling the fuck out of the 60-55. 90's still quite hard. I think 80 is still possible. But Delta falls off really hard above 80. Ninety would be possible if we got like above 80 in the last 20 minutes of the day. What's up, Nuke? Oh shit. The hype chamber is fully cocked. Oh shit. Oh, snap. Okay. So, you know, in the quest to provide you guys with actionable and important... hold on. I'm just verifying something. Oh, okay, okay. So, that makes sense. So, we bring you away to filter stocks by their Greeks. So you can look for stocks that are above delta neutral and above gamma neutral. But also like below gamma max. Or, you know, maybe you want to sell a call. You can just pick shit that's above GM. Or you want to sell puts. And you pick shit that's like below delta neutral. And then you can look at more. Like, you don't have to just look at like the top 20. You can look at the top 50 or 100. Jesus, God, it's beautiful. So we're gonna let you, the beta boys, play around with that later this week. Going real long BTU now. Real long. $69 tier getting that. Hmm. It's not part of G-Scam, no. It's another scanner or filter. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think about it. You guys are making it very difficult for me to continue losing money at the rate I'm accustomed to. You're welcome, or haha. This is the first expansion. Of many, many, many more. TLC looks sick. How do you feel about CSPs on F here? Hmm. You wouldn't be the only one selling them. Looks like somebody's been selling a lot of them at like 9. Maybe like 9.50 or 10. Why do I feel like this is gonna fucking fail? Such a weak push. Oh, I was right. Smart. We need to build up the inverse head and shoulders. I'm gonna fill that gap right away. Oh, we didn't fill it. That's awkward. Hmm. How can I become a beta? Beta's closed. You already are popcorn. How long until you're subpoenaed by Congress to go talk in front of the Finance Committee about how Gamma Strike is giving retail an unfair advantage over the banks? I would love to be in that meeting because I can say things like, good, fuck them. They're gonna be like, but what about the pensions? I'm like, people can build their own. That would be the best advertising that I could feasibly think of. We already have Latino representation at Gamma Strike. I think. Yeah, we do. So. Parle. Oh, that's funny for so many reasons. Do you have any redhead representation? Way too much. So many of you guys are gingers. I'm gonna get held in contempt of Congress. Ugh. Do you go to federal prison for that? I'm too pretty for prison. Is this going up more or down? I have no idea. We're at resistance. I think bulls are trying to lever shit up, but really can't tell. And they're selling puts at spot. Like the 60 and 65 puts are starting to blow up. Not a ton of in the money puts. And there's still a synthetic short at 70, which is tough to get over. I think that's why we're struggling so much with this breakout. big old fucking call wall. But I think they've sold enough puts now that as the day progresses, that's going to put more and more pressure on the sold calls. Careful, Steve Bannon did 4 months in a federal penitentiary for that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, with the frequency of their meetings, you could just be in contempt forever. Are you really sensitive to caffeine? No more downs. We could still fall back to like 55, but it's getting less and less likely that we go down as we move towards close. Like support at 60 and 65 is getting stronger, and we're pressuring the synthetic short that's at 60, 70. And that's really all that's protecting the like 70, 75, 80, 85, 90 sold calls from getting squeezed out. So if we break it, we could start squeezing some calls into end of day. They'll have to continue to sell puts at spot, which they may not do, but definitely advantage to the bulls right now. This is a good shot, good chance to try to push up to 80 if they can hold 70. I told you guys what they were gonna do. Don't act shocked. 1690 is still tough. But if they can keep it up here till end of day and they don't rug themselves, then maybe they could do 90. Hmm. We fall back below 72. It's pretty bearish. Well, a little bearish. I wasn't cranky yesterday. Was I? No. What's up, Nuke? Awesome. Hmm.
Grinchween put their pickle in my jar, thanks for the squeeze call. Loaded 75s and 5x in a few minutes, amazing read 100.
Grinchween, thank you so much, man. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. That's fucking dope. Did those actually 5x? I was a dipshit. I had 65s. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, they really did. I should have bought the out of the money call. We went from 188 to $9. Remember what I said earlier about getting that lower high above a breakout and how it's like a little bit bearish? That's how trading works, Abes. Bull bear, bull bear, bull bear, bull bear. When are you coming back, little G-Wagon? Did you see anything in GS that indicated that move up? Yeah. I told everybody about it like 5 minutes in advance. 10 minutes. Ew. Well, we got a lower high already. Right here. But that can like drag out a bit. Bulls are very incentivized to try to protect this support, so we'll see what happens, but like from a technical perspective, this is not like a bullish setup. Now, if it like fails and then recovers, that's bullish. Just go down. Let's see how NQ looks. NQ looks a little bit more bullish. I would say. And it's got a little bit better volume too. Yeah, not great. Is CPI going to be bullish? I kind of doubt it would be very bullish. Like, I don't think lower inflation's a positive. Much higher inflation definitely isn't. Kind of like the last CPI print. I don't think much is going to come of it. Unless we get like a big bump in inflation, which is, I think, unlikely still. PPI, on the other hand, might be starting to get kind of spicy. This really should be there. Bull's running out of gas, fighting back against profit taking. It's not really a question of gas, it's just that half the bulls are trying to drive in the other direction. No, this breakout was just mechanical. Nothing special. Laura wasn't bearish today, right? What do you mean? Earlier when we got the same setup earlier, fairly close to the same setup, and it broke down. I think we also got it one other time today, back here. Is that an indication of a recovery? Not really. It's slightly higher, but still lower than the prior high. Hmm. I have a hard time believing that anything outside of a like outsized print is going to cause anything tomorrow because JPA has testimony at 10 a.m. So unless the CPI print is really significantly skewed one way or the other, it's probably going to lead to a lot of nothing. Especially at our current prices. There's like no upside delta beyond 80 like on the weekly chain. It's pretty fucking thin to the upside. You guys there when Kirk was like, the sold put should continue to pressure the short position at 70, and then it did, and we went up? I think everybody was here. Well, most people. That one dude 5x'd his calls. I do think if this breaks down, it's not going to be very significant. Like, at most, we pull back to, like, 65, and then get support again. Like, 65 or, probably not lower than that. Unless we pick up, like, a shitload of momentum, I don't think we're getting much lower than 65. 63, maybe. But that's only if the Bulls fail to defend the 70 here. And I think if we do fail here, it's kind of on NQ to drive most of the downside. Because ES still looks pretty well supported. Hmm. Full pennant on the 5-minute? Sure. Not really, but okay. Still kind of set up here to get like a lower high. And that's also like a head and shoulders now, a little bit descending. Again, NQ still looks better than NQ's pushing up. Still just a bit short. If this rejects, we have like a descending wedge like there. Off. That. Hmm. Guacamole. When send me hats? We'll have a like a store with hats in them at some point. Nice winter. I was there. I lost some money on bets. Aw. Hmm. Support? Failed. That's not a great look. Hmm. Back up there, didn't know. Hmm. Yeah, this price action's really choppy. It's rough for stops. Hmm. '70 is definitely the support here. MQ looks weaker. Just a little bit. It's also at like a less supportive level than ES. What happens if we lose 70? We dump like 70 million gamma. You're at a 0. Fubo's getting slapped around. Ooh, it's back below 4. Nice. Still 72.50. That's not real news, right?
Hey.
It's 3:15.
Hey. Hey.
We're gonna lose 70 finally. Hmm. Is that significant anyway? Still no short vol coming in, or at least no significant amounts of it. The 60 sold puts pull back a little bit. They did. We are getting some more sold puts at 75 though. And a few at 80. 85? Maybe. Not very many of them. Holy shit. Hey. This is so fucking boring. Still just short puts pulling back and profit taking. Which should weaken some of this, but it's really not. There's 70 out of the money. Like a little bit. It's an actual failure of the consolidation with some volume. Hmm. Do you expect 70 hold? I expected bulls to try to hold it, which, I mean, we did for a while, but it's gone right now. It's out of the money. Apparently buying Greenland is a serious thing. Wait, really? That was like actual news? They're fucking bounce. At least there's some vol shorting on this one. So maybe it's got a little bit more staying power. We're gonna need to keep it up though. Republican bill would rename Greenland to Red, White, and Blue Land. Oh, it's just a bill? Well, that's fucking stupid. There's a lot of really stupid Congress people. Have you seen their meetings? Making Greenland a territory is insane. It belongs to another fucking country. What do you mean it's not insane? They don't want to sell it to us. They've made that abundantly clear. US to grow around by around 2% this year and next. Oh, Williams is speaking. Awesome. There we go. This is what the Bulls needed. Fred president saying stupid shit. Inflation expectations are well anchored. Moderately restrictive policy should return inflation to 2%. The U.S. economy is in a good place. Outlook is highly uncertain due in part to government policy. Wage gains consistent with productivity and inflation. Oh man, he's just saying everything bullish. He's saying all the bullish things. Who's paying him to speak right now? William's getting ready to print everyone's calls. That didn't last long. Futures gapped down a little bit on that too. Briefly. Hmm. 70 lost again. If we fall any lower, we start to squeeze the short puts. Under 70, charm starts working against the bulls a little bit. $338. I wonder if NQ is going to dump view up. This doesn't look great on NQ at all. Yeah, still looks moderately okay. At least it's holding a slightly more substantial support. Ooh, dumpies. Guess nobody gave a flying fuck what Williams had to say. Push. Sold a lot of puts there. NQ failed the retest on VWAP. Let's see. 60 put sold. Someone's still selling the 70. The 86. Left a gap at 67. Yeah, we finally got like an okay failure. 65 is not as strong as it was. There was some profit taking on it, but it's still got a decent number. It's like net 2,400 sold puts. Close somewhere between like 60 and 70 is very likely here, with 70 lost. We didn't get more puts on the loss of 70 though. Like nobody bought puts, so the 70 strike's still a little bit like undefended. If they push up through it again. I don't know if they'll get the leverage here without shorting vol really, really hard, but there's 15 minutes left. This is like the best time for bulls to try to push higher if they're going to. Gamma and delta are still positive here, so they're not really at a disadvantage. Like we dropped down, tested gamma neutral on the weekly, bounced off of it a little bit. If this bounce doesn't get back above 70 though, I could see it failing. See the positioning on the money trimming off, like on the gamma flip. I already have a straddle for end of week. I didn't really get a chance to close any of it out today. So I'm probably just going to keep holding on to it. Maybe we get a bigger move tomorrow or with PPI. We're supported here, but a loss of 65 is really bad. So far, we're managing to stay just above it. Hmm. $14 left. Bulls need to work against charm now a little bit. Still some short puts getting shaken out too. Or just closing. Because they're... Well, because they can. I think it's gonna fail. $48. Charm's even worse under 65. And Delta will go negative. So we'll gamma neutral on the weekly. Huh. It's fucking weird. I just got fucking stuffed. It's the third test of GN now. They're all very close to the third test of GN. Huh.
Hey. Hey.
Eight minutes left. If you're just gonna dump the moment market closes, I don't know. They could a little. Well, it depends. If we close here, around like 65, possibly.
Hey.
Close gray. Very close to it, yeah. Six minutes left. This is so stupid. Hmm. Minutes left. That was a big ball short. Push back up to 70. What do they have? 30 seconds. Same day. Closed at 68. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. It was kind of a dumb end of day. Yeah, Bulls just couldn't get any traction. They tried. I mean, Fubu dumped down to 372. Okay. It's a nice price. Let me see. All right. So, yeah, not a very fucking interesting day. We did get a little bit of a higher high here, as we retested the high from Monday. But ultimately that failed. There is a little bit of support around 89. It's like a minor support on ES. However, if that fails, I would, especially in the overnight, I would expect us to lose like 60, 78. And then, possibly fall back towards 60, 40. This isn't particularly bullish. And the like trend is even weaker than it was last week. The upside trend here is kind of shit. So yeah, I would say a failure of that, probably back to like 60-40 or 60-20, which will mean a loss of the 60-58 level. Reload. We closed flat on the day, pretty much up 3 basis points. Consolidation for now is still not very bullish, and if we do fall back to like 60-20, that's gonna probably increase the chance for like an additional downside move into the back half of the week. Dollar mostly down today, especially against the euro and the pound. It did manage to gain on the yen, however. Bitcoin down, so a little bit of risk assets pulling back, and gold also fell. Yields at the top end of the curve moving back up, led by the 20 and 30 year. Commodities inched up a little bit. Looks to be mostly metals with the announcement of the steel and aluminum tariffs. We'll see how retaliatory tariffs play off over like the next week, but that'll definitely impact manufacturing if nothing else. Correlation stayed pretty flat all day. No big moves, so no one's really pushing into dispersion. No one's really getting out. Things are kind of just flat there. Probably a lot of just waiting for CPI tomorrow. Leverage on the carry picked up a little bit today. That's the wrong scale. Hold on. Back up to 8.9 from an intraday low of 8.6. Pushing back towards that like historic all-time high. As we start to see the dollar decline, we'll probably see more leverage pumped into the trade in order to stabilize it against the narrowing spread. And we do see a little bit of that on the 6 and 3 month as well. Forward yield on volatility down to about negative 9.29% here at close. But the positive side of the yield curve is starting to slip. It's generally not a great thing when that slips into negative territory. Usually shifts the volatility expectations for quite a long time. No real significant move in bond volatility, but with correlation picking up slightly on the 3 month, we might start to see bond vol catch up. Skew, not really doing much. There's definitely still some tail risk hedging going on. We're not pushing back towards all-time highs off of this bounce. We definitely got some short vol that came in, although over the last couple of days that seems to be kind of weakening. And if we don't get more substantial short vol near spot, it'll be harder for us to push any higher than we're currently at. Breadth is starting to give way a little bit again, and keep an eye on that, especially if we start to see like tech underperform. or overperform breadth. As less and less of the S&P is trading above its 20-day moving average. If there's a lot of divergence there between like where NQ is and where the rest of, you know, the other 490 stocks, 93 stocks, the S&P are, you can get kind of a rug pull on the tech stocks that happens pretty quickly. We saw that happen last time when breadth died off, well before the drop in tech. So we'll keep an eye on that. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX still increasing, and we actually have like some bullish, like kind of a little bit of bullish price improvement on VIX over the last 4 days, despite trading relatively flat. This might be an indication that some short vol further out of the money is starting to pull back. On VX at least. And VX closed today up 5.14%, which is fairly significant. So yeah, I would continue to keep an eye on that. More importantly, as that correlation picks up, the chances of us getting more rallies in VIX are increasing. Fed fund futures now pricing in even less of a chance of a rate cut than they were earlier today or yesterday. That just keeps declining to the point where we really don't have a rate cut priced in for this year. Another 10% move to the upside on the bear steepener. This is starting to bounce back pretty quickly. The three-year bond auction today did not help that at all. And forward yields, forward earnings yield on the S&P is still at 3.3. I think we have over 20% of the S&P reported now, and yeah, 10-year yields still at 4.54%. So from a technical perspective, we're still trading inside the drop from Friday. We got a lower low today and a slightly higher high, but that still continues to just show, you know, indecision. We may get more of this kind of price action tomorrow because we also have another testimony tomorrow from JPOW. But I would say this gets a little bearish if we fall back under 60-30. The 30 MA is getting a bit closer to spot, so this will meet right about at the same level. And then a loss of the 50 is right around 6,000 now, which isn't really that far to the downside. Now, we'd probably get a lower low off of that should it fail. Maybe a test of this long-term trend out here, down at like 5,900. But I think after this price action recovered, an additional failure with persistently lower highs following that would probably be pretty bad, and might open up that like 56.96 test that we're looking for. This isn't going to be immediate. This is probably like a week or two out, but keep an eye on that like 60-30, 6,000 level, because if we lose that, things are probably going to get substantially more bearish. There's also a gap down here, at like 59.05-ish, from back on the 14th. That would probably fill if we have yet another breakdown. We came pretty close to filling it last time. So yeah, watch out for that. But this doesn't look particularly bullish. There's a diamond top here, but we'll try to ignore that. Just because Popcorn Trader will lose his mind. And that's about it. If we look out on the weekly, this week's flat as fuck so far. Still trading inside the prior week's range. So, you know, out here, loss of 60-30 opens up a downside move and potentially a new low. If we do see that price action, it'll probably be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, not tomorrow. Too many have failed us. Some haven't. Some have worked out quite well. Some have failed us. I mean, that's technical analysis there, right? It's only got a slight edge. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.